Twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umerudhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the House. Honorable Martha Wangare, the first chairperson of the committees, has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes, of course, as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34, for the House to be able to correct and also for it to be able to commence. So that is the entrance into the chambers. Members of the National Assembly, we can see they are making their way into the House, of course, to be able to join their colleagues and also participate in the business that has been lined up for consideration at this afternoon plenary sitting. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that the Fisheries Management and Development Bill is coming up for consideration at the Committee of the Whole House stage. This is the stage where the members of the National Assembly shall be taking into consideration clause by clause this particular bill. They shall be looking at any amendments that may have been forwarded to the House. Remember, the Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation engaged the members of the public for their opinions as well as views regarding this particular bill. This is a bill that basically seeks to provide for a comprehensive legislative framework for the development, governance, and investments of the oceans and fisheries resources in line with the National Development Policy objectives as envisaged in the Vision 2030. It is aligned to international and regional instruments governing global fisheries and the relevant national laws, and the bill seeks to align the governance of fisheries sector to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which call for sustainable use of the natural resources for the benefit of the people of Kenya and governance at the country and at the county and the national level. So basically, this is also a bill that concerns county government, in that there are provisions of the bill that affect the functions and powers of the county government. So as we have seen here, is that it is a bill that seeks to ensure the sustainability in the use of the natural resources for the benefit of the people of Kenya, and governance at the county, both levels of governance, that is the county and the national level. So there are amendments that the committee shall be moving regarding the opinions that they received from public participation. Also, there are members, individual members, who will also be moving various amendments on this particular bill. I have seen the Sergeant at Arms raising that white paper, signaling that the quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over.
Honorable members, we have quorum. Call out the order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, you have some papers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd June 2026. 1. Draft Privileges and Immunities, Ford Foundation Order 2026, and the explanatory memorandum from the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. 2. The following legal notices, explanatory memorandum, regulatory impact assessment report, evidence of stakeholder consultation, and public participation reports from the Ministry of Roads and Transport. 1. Legal notice number 101 of 2026 relating to the Civil Aviation Aeronautical Charts Regulation 2025. And 2. Legal notice number 102 of 2026 relating to the Civil Aviation Aerodromes Design and Operation Regulation 2025. Honorable Speaker, if you could request the member number 15 to stop the Kamkunji here.
Honorable Majority Leader, are you done with the laying of the papers?
No. I'm just being distracted by the member number 15. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements
Member for Aldai,
for the years ended.
what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I think I have a name. I'm called Marianne Kitany, MP for Aldai constituency. I don't know
I
where
actually
number
did not
15
know you are
comes
the
from.
one he was referring to. How did you know he was referring to you? Because I wasn't aware. Honorable Owen, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to member number 15, Honorable Speaker.
Well, it's not known to me who member number 15 is. So continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I want to take that again. Number 3, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2024 and 30th June 2025, and certificates therein in respect of the following schools.
Hold on. You are already on items. Yes.
3.
Okay. Allow
Arimi
me-
Mixed Day Secondary School.
Allow me,
Yes.
before you go to number 3,
Yes.
because the papers on number 1, the draft privileges and the legal notices need to be committed. I first commit them to the Committee on Delegated Legislation, then you can continue with the others that don't need any action.
Much obliged. You already committed. Thank you. 3. Arimi Mixed Day Secondary School, Nakuru. Galana Boys Secondary School, Kilifi County. Kikima Secondary School, Makueni County. Lafay Boys Secondary School, Mandera County. Namawanga Bahai Secondary School, Bungoma County. Ngaremara Girls Secondary School, Isiolo County. St. Patrick's Kimukungi Girls Secondary School, Bungoma County. And St. Thomas Aquinas to Meandu Boys High School, Makueni County. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to adjust the microphones There is a problem. All right, I think now they're okay. Thank you. 4, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of the following schools. 1, Bishop Okoth Girls Mbaga Secondary School, Siaya County. Bute Girls Secondary School, Wajir County. 3, County High School, Garissa County. Garissa High School, Garissa County. Kitondo Secondary School, Makueni County. Loreto Kiambu Girls High School, Kiambu County. Mandera Secondary School, Mandera County. Maseno School, Kisumu County. Moi Girls Senior Secondary School, Kajiado County. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, at number 10, Moi Girls School, Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Honorable members, the ICT team kindly look into the microphones, including the speakers. Then, before we give the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health, allow me, because I know there is a lot of traffic of learners from different institutions awaiting back here to get into the galleries. We recognize them as soon as they come in. In the public gallery, we are recognizing Olbanata Junior School from Subukia constituency, Nakuru County. We are recognizing Lare Primary School from Joro constituency, Nakuru County. And in the speakers gallery, we are recognizing Hill School Kakamega from Lurabi constituency, Kakamega, and Lenginas Junior School from Narok South constituency, Narok County. On behalf of the House and all of us, you are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House, but the member for Lurambi, I will indulge you for 1 minute to welcome those not just from Lurambi, but all of them that are in the galleries.
Give me the mic. All right, okay. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the 13th Parliament, I wish to welcome all the learners that are here with the accompanying teachers. And also, Madam Speaker, I want to recognize Kakamega Hill School, which is a great giant academically in my constituency. This school has a great history because they began from just one single mud-walled room to where they are. In 2018, they produced the best student in Kenya. So I welcome you, Kakamega Hill School, in the big, beautiful city of Kakamega, our Singapore of Kenya. Thank you.
Very well. You're welcome, learners and teachers who are visiting us today. Department or Chairperson, Committee on Health, you have some papers. Honorable Nikal, Honorable Ward Chief is distracting you. You have some papers to lay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd June 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of public petition number 1 of 2026 by Mr. James Cargo regarding management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders among patients and children in the country. I beg to lay.
Very well. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. I do not seem to see him around. That will be stepped down for later. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Nikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to give notice of motion on consideration of public petition number 01 of 2026 regarding management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders among patients and children in the country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of public petition number 1 of 2026 regarding the management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders among patients and children in this country, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd of June, the year 2026.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The first chance will go to the ones requesting statements by the honorable member for Tharaka. Honorable Murugara.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the mysterious death of a child in the Raka constituency. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Shale Gatumi Mugende, a 3-year-old child from the Raka constituency, went missing on the 27th of April 2026. Her body was later discovered on 2nd May 2026 at Iriani village, Bukothima ward in the Raka constituency. The disappearance and subsequent death of the minor have caused anguish to her family and raised concern among the area residents. The circumstances under which the child went missing and the events leading to the discovery of her body remain unclear and require urgent investigation by the relevant security agencies. Such occurrences involving minors are rising in the country and raise serious concerns regarding the safety and protection of children, the response by security agencies to reported cases of missing children, and the capacity of investigative agencies to promptly establish the cause of death and bring perpetrators to justice. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. The circumstances surrounding the disappearance and the subsequent death of Ms. Shale Gatumi Mugende, including the motive and whether the deceased was a victim of child abduction. Number 2, the steps taken and investigations undertaken by the relevant agencies upon receiving the report of the missing child, and including the timelines of response, such efforts and recovery of the body. Number 3, the status of investigations into the death of the child, including whether any suspects have been arrested and questions in connection with the matter. Number 4, the measures being taken to ensure that the family of the deceased receives justice. And number 5, the measures put in place to strengthen child protection, community policing, and rapid response mechanisms in cases involving missing children. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The Chair, Administration and Internal Security. Vice Chair, are you responding on the same?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really want to support what Honorable Collegia is raising.
You are the Vice Chair of the committee.
Yes, but the Chair is here. So today the Chair is going to respond. I just want to ride on what Honorable Collegia is raising. I think the issue of pedophile and also people preying on children is rising in Kenya. It is a matter that we must take it with very serious concern.
Thank you.
And also penalties in terms of punishment must be severe so that there is deterrence across this country. It's a new thing and it's likely to grow if we don't stem it quickly. Thank you, Honorable
The
Speaker.
good thing is that Honorable Raso, you're the vice chair of the committee that is responsible, so you'll have the chance to prosecute. But I agree with Honorable Murugara and yourself that the issue of missing children, the issue of defilement, the issue of murder of children is rising, and it's a matter that we must, as a house, give attention to. So I would hope that Honorable Chair of Administration and Internal Security, even as you answer Honorable Murugara's, it has a broader overview of what are we going to do to deter and for the responsible to get action taken against them, to deter others who would even be thinking about it. So we hope that you can be able to respond to Honorable Toto, not Toto, Honorable Donya.
You are not wrong, Madam Speaker. Toto is part of the name. I also have an issue with the chair because I raised a statement about missing children. You said you are going to give me a response in 2 weeks. Today ends the 3rd week. I've not received my response, Madam Speaker. I don't know why it is taking long. And yet, when he was asked how long will Donya get the response, they said 2 weeks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of when to respond to George Murugara, given the sensitivity of the matter, we'll try to get the response, even if it's preliminary, on Thursday 2nd. And I know still have one of your response. And I think on the matter, which was actually well handled by the Vice, we know, and we're also getting concerned that there is a high increase of such cases. But because we may be having the minister and of course the security agencies sometime this week, we may also put as one of the issue to be really addressed and look around on how to address that issue. It's really concerning to all of us.
So we expect a preliminary response on 2nd. I think that is in order next week. Honorable Kamket, is it on the same?
Madam Speaker, while the chair responds to those matters, may I also ask him, Madam Chair, to look at the report of a missing person, a student from my constituency, who went missing 2 weeks ago from Pwani University. And the OB number I can provide to him. We've tried all we could, but we've not been able to succeed. The parents are in
Honorable Kamket,
distress.
I know you can also raise, because the chair has indicated the CS and the security agencies may be appearing, because you've not raised it on the floor officially.
I'm raising.
Liars with the chair, if you can attend even that meeting so that you also follow it up. Owen Bayer.
Thank you.
Speaker, I want to say this, Speaker. You know, when the lives of children are at stake, the future of the nation is actually also at stake. And this is something that we must do within our means and powers as parliament and as a nation, that we must always protect the children of this country. The rising cases of children being defiled, children being killed, children being manhandled in whichever way, Honorable Speaker, must be something that should worry all of us and should worry even more security agencies, Honorable Speaker. That there are rogue guys, thugs that roam around and their target is just children, Honorable Speaker. And I think we must bring an end to this as a country. And if the security organs put their foot down and stamp their authority, we will not have we have the case in Kilifi where baby Kezia was first raped and her neck was broken and limbs dismembered. These are sick people. These are sick people. But all this comes down to how effective is our Nyumba Kumi? How effective is Wazee wa Vijiji? How effective is the system, the chiefs and the assistant chiefs? Because if these pedophiles and these people are roaming around, and yet we have security down from Nyumba Kumi going up, Honorable Speaker, then why are we having situations like this? Because this country is built, the security system in this country is built from bottom up. And we have eyes all over. Why do we get to this situation? So as Honorable Tongoyo tries to talk to some other people as I address his committee, Honorable Tongoyo, we need your attention. Burungara, allow the Honorable Tongoyo to give us his full attention. You need to put your foot down as a committee on the security apparatus. And you know, ensure that from Wazewa Nyumba Kumi going up, the security apparatus is working. Otherwise, a lot of things are happening in this country and nobody is aware. How can we have a situation like that? So I want to
Very well, you've made your point. You've made your point, Honorable Owen, and I've indulged you because this is a topical issue. It is a matter of concern, and we must do something about it as a country. Honorable Tongoyo and your team, you can hear the sentiments of members. So we expect a better report, not just on that issue, but on the overriding issue of insecurity to children in the country. Millie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, all my life I've worked around issues of child protection. And I want to agree with the members that it's very concerning what is going on around the country in relation to children. And I would request the committee that when they are considering to let us know whether there's sufficient funds for the counter-trafficking victims fund, for the victim protection fund, that helps when we actually get victims. But above all, can we know whether there is also a challenge in terms of the number of officers that can deal with those cases? Because then maybe the question comes back to us as a house. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, the issue of missing, abducted, and murdered children is becoming absolutely scary, and it's something that I wish even as Parliament we could have actually dealt with it on the 16th of June, which was the Day of the African Child. It's just that I wasn't around to raise it, but the relevant committee should give us that information.
Muliungi? You'll be the first one on this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to give information to the Committee on Security because there are so many people who are missing. And last 2 weeks in my constituency, 6 bodies were found in a mass grave and exhumed. And I made a statement here about the same. And the Security Committee was supposed to respond to me in 2 weeks. Maybe, Madam Speaker, those people who are missing could be the 6 bodies which were found in my constituency, buried in a mass grave, and they have not been identified up to date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chair, you have your work cut out. And there are some issues that Honorable Millie has raised, that you have a desktop kind of look for the issues, because even prosecution, the judiciary, it all ties together. If someone has been suspected of killing a child, if that does not see the conclusive end of actually being jailed or any consequences, it emboldens other perpetrators. So we need to look at it not just from the one case, but all the way to the end. What is the problem? Evidence collection. And I know every member here, if they speak, they have had a story in their constituency that touches children. So I'll give you a minute to just wrap it up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think actually you have really put it very well. And I agree that it has to be a collaboration between both the criminal and justice system. But having said this, Madam Chair, one, I want again to reaffirm that we had called the minister and the security agencies to appear before the committee. We had planned Thursday, but because of the obvious issues, the reasons, we may push it to Tuesday, if it's agreeable between the committee and the CS. But Speaker, we all know that this Parliament appropriated the 2026-27 budget, and there is about 3 billion Kenya shilling to pay the village elders. And one of the big reasons is that these village elders should be able to help the police and the Gawa officers to the village level and to the household to address such big challenges like the missing and such deaths of children. So it's something that we'll be addressing. And I call upon other colleagues who probably have their question and statement not responded to they can as well appear before the committee so that we can process the committee plenary rather.
Kindly make timely communication to the affected members for planning. Next statement by the member for Saboti. Are you in the house?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to request for a statement regarding the foreign scholarship awarded to Kenyan students. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the award and the distribution of foreign government scholarships to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, over the years, the Ministry of Education has facilitated awards of a considerable number of foreign government scholarships in recent years. However, little information has been made public on how these scholarships are awarded, including the granting countries, the fields and levels of study, the number of beneficiaries, and the distribution of beneficiaries across counties and constituencies. It is important that the allocation of such opportunities is guided by fairness, transparency, and regional balance so that no county is left behind. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Number one, a comprehensive list of all foreign scholarships awards facilitated, coordinated, or endorsed by the Ministry of Education from 2023 to date, specifying the granting countries, the fields, level, and the duration of study, the number of beneficiaries, the distribution of beneficiaries across counties and the constituencies, and the names of beneficiaries. Number two, the criteria applied in the identification, shortlisting, and selection of beneficiaries, and the measures instituted to ensure fairness, transparency, regional balance, and equality of opportunity in the process. And lastly, a report on the audits and evaluations of the scholarship allocation process, including the extent of compliance with the principles of fairness and the regional balance and the status of beneficiaries. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Education Committee, Chairperson, not in the house. Vice. Are you a member, Clive? When do we expect the statement?
We can try get that in 2 weeks.
2 weeks we'll be going for recess. Could you bring a
immediately.
preliminary next week?
Immediately after recess, just to be safe.
The?
Immediately after recess.
What is out of order, Millie?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. How can the honorable member purport to be giving answers relating to the government when he is in Linda Mwananchi? He has no response. He has no response from Linda Mwananchi.
Order, Millie. Honorable Millie. The Honorable Clive is a member of the committee. He has spoken as a member of the Education Committee. Honorable Caleb, first week after recess.
Madam Speaker, if it was a matter of Linda Mwananchi, probably I would have already gotten an answer.
The good thing is that you are also a part of it, I presume.
So 2 weeks is sufficient, I think.
It is enough.
Yeah.
First week after we resume.
Yeah.
Honorable Amina Mnyazi.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding frequent power outages and poor electricity infrastructure in Malindi constituency. Honorable Speaker, for several months, residents of Malindi constituency have been experiencing frequent and prolonged power outages arising from repeated failures of electricity distribution infrastructure, including collapsing power poles, faulty transformers, and delayed repair and maintenance works. The persistent power outages have disrupted economic activities, affected provision of essential services, and caused rising case of insecurity. Furthermore, the failure of electricity infrastructure resulted in loss of lives in Maweni town in Malindi constituency. On 20th March 2026, an electricity pole fell onto the residence of Mr. Mohammed Bashir, leading to the death of his wife, Ms. Amino Hassan Gabobe, and their 4-year-old daughter, baby Samira Mohammed. This incident has raised serious concerns regarding the safety and maintenance of electricity infrastructure in the area, as well as responsiveness of responsible agencies in addressing the hazards. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. Number 1, a report on the status of investigations by Kenya Power and other relevant agencies into the incident that occurred on the 20th March 2026 in Maweni town. Number 2, the steps taken by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to compensate the family of Mr. Mohammed Bashir, including expected timelines for the compensation process. Number 3, the specific action taken to prevent similar incidents, including routine inspection, maintenance and replacement of electrical infrastructure, and enforcement of public safety measures. 4, the immediate interventions being undertaken by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to urgently address the recurring and prolonged power outages in the area. And lastly, the long-term plans to upgrade electricity distribution infrastructure in Malindi constituency to stabilize power supply. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That goes to the Committee of Energy. Chair, not in the House. Mandazi, are you holding a brief?
Thank you, Chair. I would think we can, since it involves loss of life, Honorable Chair, our Speaker, sorry, we can give a preliminary report before we proceed for recess, that is next week. But Chair then, Honorable Speaker, then allow me to give the following information to members. I sit in the Energy Committee, and Kenya Power has a charter. And normally Kenya Power at times says that we do not get information on time. I would like to give a USST code to members, because at times there is faultiness in terms of transformers. There's a tree that has fallen and it requires an emergency or someone to give attention to that. The USST that Kenya Power has in case of any emergency, and this be known to the public and to the members of this House, is a *977#. *977#. In case of any emergency, in case of any loss of life, and you need to reach out to Kenya Power as soon as possible. That is the USST that Kenya Power normally gives out. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Well, bring a response to Honorable Amina's question next Thursday before we break for recess.
Thank you, Chair.
We will now indulge the member for Kilgoris.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't know what the Professor Jaldesa is doing there. But, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member, Honorable Zunguli, go on. But advise the Honorable Kibagendi not to block the view. It is out of order to block the Speaker's view.
Together with
the member of the floor.
Together with Professor Jaldesa.
Professor Jaldesa, be guided. Go on, Honorable Zunguli.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding insecurity at Angata Barikoi in Kilgoris constituency. Honorable Speaker, on or about the 20th of June and 21st of June 2026, a livestock theft incident was reported in the neighboring Kuria East constituency, where a cow was taken by individuals alleged to have originated from Angata Barikoi. The thieves were then pursued by officers from the anti-stock theft unit station who were unable to apprehend the suspects. Following the unsuccessful pursuit, the officers instead confiscated cattle belonging to members of the local community. Unfortunately, during this operation, a confrontation arose between the residents and the police officers, resulting in the death of an officer attached to the anti-stock theft unit. Honorable Speaker, following the incident, the security officers are alleged to have subjected residents of the area to indiscriminate acts of violence and intimidation. Residents of Angata Barikoi, particularly those from Kabusa and Kaptembwet and Ngendalel villages, have been living in fear due to the violence being meted out against them by the officers. There has been indiscriminate beating up of people, looting of their property in their shops and houses, and in some cases, acts of sexual violence. There are also reports that the residents continue to be exposed to such violence, with houses being set ablaze, thereby making the matter an urgent and critical one. This raises serious concerns regarding the conduct of the security officers, particularly the apparent use of collective punishment against innocent residents, contrary to the principles of the rule of law and due process. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the circumstances surrounding livestock theft incident, the death of the anti-stock theft unit officer, and measures being taken to investigate the case and to apprehend the suspects. 2, the reasons for the alleged confiscation of livestock belonging to members of the local community, and an indication on when the livestock will be returned to the innocent residents. And 3, the measures being taken to ensure the protection of the residents, restoration of law and order, and the prevention of further violations of human rights in the affected areas. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I know this is a live matter. I will give a few members who want to ride on that statement. But before then, like I had indicated earlier, we have a lot of learners visiting with us today. Allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery today, Mogeka School from Keharu constituency, Murang'a County. In the speakers gallery, and Angela Catholic Academy, Keses, Uasin Gishu. And in the public gallery, we have ACK All Saints Kebolonik, Mosop, constituency, Nandi County. We have Kevaini Comprehensive from Mwingi West, Kitui County. And we have Ndorome School from Mwea constituency, Kirinyaga County. On behalf of this batch, I will give Honorable Member from Mwea 1 minute to welcome not only the Mwea learners, but all of them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to welcome our learners and our students in the speakers gallery, and in particular the students from Dorome Secondary School. I urge them to work very hard and very smart on their studies and to be disciplined, because education without character, I keep saying, is nothing. I urge you to work very smart, and that one day you return to this honorable house as members of parliament so you can contribute to your constituencies. You can contribute to your constituencies positively. You are welcome, and I hope you are going to enjoy and learn something from the parliamentary proceedings. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. On this, I'll give the member for, let me give Honorable Mandazi, member for Chepalungu. On the statement, not on the schools, statement by Honorable Sunkuli.
Yeah, thank you so much. While I congratulate my colleague and senior Honorable Sunkuli for bringing out this matter through a statement, Honorable Speaker, it is very important that the current age that we're living in, livestock or people participating in stealing livestock is something that should be taken seriously. But having said so, Honorable Speaker, it is paramount as well to mention that it is wrong for police officers to use excessive force to children, to use excessive force to women. Honorable Speaker, currently as we speak, there are so many women sleeping outside at the cold. At this particular age, Honorable Speaker, there are so many children who have not gone to school for a period since this particular issue came in hand. We're not supporting criminals. Wherever a case is identified as this, Honorable Speaker, it is very important for our security apparatus to be able to identify who the criminals are. An entire community cannot be criminals, Honorable Speaker. And for this particular case, Honorable Speaker, it is so shocking to realize that the people who are supposed to be protecting the common Mwananchi are the same people who are going outside there to torch houses. It is so shameful.
You've made your point. I do not want you to debate more than that. I only gave you a chance to write on the statement request.
Yeah, as why I'm saying so, Honorable Speaker, because there are videos circulating all over, and it's so bitter that we see women, that you see women and children crying outside, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we're rising to say it is no and completely no for police officers to use excessive force on women and children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, National Administration, I know your plate is full, but this is also an urgent issue that needs your attention.
Yeah, very true, Madam Speaker. It is an extremely very sensitive issue that needs very extremely urgent attention. And Madam Speaker, it's good also to remind you that I'm a member of come from Narok County. And besides the issue of looking even at response from the ministry, I'd even taken personal interest this morning to call the county commissioner and the rest of the security agencies to really what is needed to be done. Because, Honorable Speaker, we just all remember that what happened a few months back in Angata Barikoi, which was a very unfortunate incident. And I don't want to preempt, but I want to promise the House that Thursday, this week, we are going to give a response. And I just want to call the resident of Mruadikir to be calm. I want to promise that the ministry and the security is assured, and nobody, Angata Barikoi, sorry, nobody should be able to be harassed, intimidated, threatened unnecessarily. But I also call upon them to be refrained, because we all know, killing the police officers is extremely unfortunate and uncalled for as well. So, Madam Speaker,
there should definitely
Thursday afternoon,
there should be no death, whether of a resident or of a police officer.
At all.
Yeah.
At all.
Very well. Next Thursday, we'll then go to the statements to be responded to. The statement request by Honorable Zamzam, is she in the House? Chairperson, Administration and Internal Security, if you have the statement response for Honorable Zamzam, you will table it because she's not in the House. We are already in responses. The Administration and Internal Security, we are already in responses. You will table the response for Honorable Zamzam because she's not in the House. Then we'll have you respond to Honorable Murugara. Do you have the response?
Yeah, I will delegate my vice chair to handle that.
Honorable Rasso. The member for Emurua Dikir. I have only indulged you because you are pretty new in this house, but you were time bad because we already gave the direction. But because you are affected and you're new, I will give you a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As concerning the matter in Angata Barikoi, I would like to urge the chair to speed up the investigation concerning that matter, because many people are suffering in Angata Barikoi. Many of them have just come out of their houses. They are moving around on the road, and we want to speed the investigation concerning that matter, and to ensure that the security apparatus does not injure the people of Emurwa Digit. They should look for the culprits who did the cattle rustlers. They should follow the cattle rustlers because they are known. The area chiefs and the administration in that area should make a follow-up and get rid of the cattle rustling in Angata Barigoi.
Very well. That is it will be an additional request to the chair. Honorable Boraso, kindly prosecute the statement for Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Tharaka constituency, Honorable George Murugara, requested to be apprised of the death of Mr. Shadrach Kienge Makembo. The Honorable Member particularly sought the circumstances that led to the death, the status of investigation into the death, the timeline within which the government is expected to conclude investigation. Honorable Speaker, the circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Shadrach on 9th April 2026 in Isiolo. On 9th April 2026, Mr. Anthony Njagi, an employee of Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, Isiolo branch, made an assault report at Isiolo Police Station via OB number 280904-2026. He stated that his colleague, Mr. Shadrach Kiege Makembo, had been stabbed by Mr. Sheikh Mayo Hussein while undertaking meter reading at the suspect homestead within the Chechelesi area in Isiolo County. The police rushed to the scene and found the victim had already been evacuated and taken to Isiolo County Teaching and Referral Hospital for treatment, while the prime suspect was at large. They processed and documented the scene where blood-stained sword and a scabbard were recovered and secured as exhibit. The police further proceeded to the hospital and were informed that the victim had sustained multiple stab wounds on the upper back, left side of the chest and neck, as well as bruises on the left hand. The victim was later airlifted to Nairobi for specialized treatment by flying doctors, AMRE flying doctors. Regrettably, he was pronounced dead upon landing at the Wilson Airport. On 10th April 2026, a post-mortem examination was conducted by Dr. Ndirangu, a government pathologist, who opined the cause of death to severe hemorrhage secondary to multiple stab wound. The status of investigation. Honorable Speaker, investigation were commenced by the sub-county Criminal Investigation Officer Isiolo via inquiry file number 2/2026. The officers launched a manhunt for the prime suspect, Mr. Sheikh Mayo Hussein. When his whereabouts could not be established, a miscellaneous application was filed before Isiolo Law Courts for the issuance of a warrant of arrest on 15th April 2026. The application was granted, and Mr. Sheikh Mayo Hussein has since been circulated as a wanted person for the offense of murder contrary to Section 202, as read together with Section 204 of the Penal Code. The timeline. Honorable Speaker, the investigation file is complete pending arrest of the known accused. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Very well. Murugara, are you satisfied? Follow-up questions?
Not at all, absolutely.
No follow-up questions?
I'm not satisfied at all. I have a few follow-up questions. Number one, the said gentleman, the suspect, the murderer, Sheikh Mayo Hussein, is actually very well known in Isiolo. That's number one. Number two, it is claimed, and there may be some truth in this, that he is actually under protection, both by politicians and by security agencies. The reason being, this is curious that For the last 2 months, somebody under surveillance of DCI and the police can be on the run and is not arrested. It begs many questions. Number 3, it is also alleged that when he comes to Nairobi quite often, he's always here doing whatever it is he's doing. And whenever he's tracked down, it looks like he has informers in the security agencies. He is informed and he vanishes. This cannot be satisfactory. This answer it itself begs one question. Will this man ever be arrested, or we are waiting to be told he could not be traced at all and that the file is closed? And lastly, is he in the country or he is out of the country? If he's in the country, I do not understand. And I cannot understand because the CID we used to know, who are now called DCI, never used to work like this. There must be a problem which the DCI and which Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen must address, because this is not the only problem where the DCI is being cited of inefficiency, lack of performing its duties timeously and in a manner that is beneficial to the people of Kenya.
Honorable Raso, we've heard the honorable members' concerns.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are Honorable Murungara loud and clear. Actually, it is not acceptable. If somebody is in Kenya and you say they are at large, this is a known individual, somebody of known abode. So for that reason, as a committee, we'll put our foot down that this individual must be brought before the law as soon as possible.
Honorable Murugara, you know, the Vice Chair has spoken for you, and that also begs the question why we also present half-baked responses from the CSs. Maybe because I've had the committee is also meeting the CS on several issues. This should form part of it so that you get a quick response. I know they will come together with the DCI, and because the committee is agreeing with you, then you should be able to get a response. In case you do not, in that meeting, then you come back to the House.
It is very important that we be notified in time so that we appear before that panel.
Definitely.
And we hear from the DCI himself, because this is not the only matter that I'll raise with him. He seems to be not performing his job. He seems to be shielding criminals who are not supposed to be shielded.
Honorable Murugara, you've made your point. Honorable Tongoyo and team, kindly, this meeting of yours with the CS Interior and the security organs is quite critical. Alert members in good time. Let them come and prosecute their matters there. And if we don't do that, Honorable Owen, if it's not satisfactory, then we cause the CS to appear in the plenary if this does not work out. Very well. Honorable members, the statement by Honorable Kagushia, I'm told, has been agreed that it is now overtaken by events, so it shall be dropped from the order paper. On behalf of the liaison committee, Honorable Murugara, kindly make the statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a statement regarding the newly elected chairpersons and vice chairperson of committees. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2b, as read together with the Standing Order 179.14, I rise to notify the House of the following: the duly elected chairpersons and vice chairperson of specified committees. Honorable Speaker, the House will recall that on Thursday, 28th May 2026, we approved the changes to membership of various committees to ensure our newly elected colleagues were placed to serve in the committees. Upon the resolution of the House, the Clerk of the National Assembly, in the exercise of the powers conferred by Standing Order number 179.2, declared vacancies in the offices of the chairperson for the Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education, the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, and the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works. The clerk also subsequently declared a vacancy in the office of the vice chairperson to the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Honorable Speaker, upon the conclusion of the elections, I wish to report to the House that the three committees elected their leadership as follows. Number one, Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education elected the Honorable CPA Dick Maungo Oyugi, MP, as the chairperson. Number two, the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee elected the Honorable William Kamket Kasait, CBS, MP, as the chairperson. And number three, Roman 2, Honorable Umher Aaron Mohammed, MP, as the vice chairperson. Number three, Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and the Public Works elected the Honorable Joseph Kipkosgei Tonui, MP, as chairperson. Finally, Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to congratulate all the honorable members who have been elected and vested with the responsibilities of being chairpersons and vice chairperson of the three committees. I urge them to use their leadership offices to efficiently discharge the mandate of this House through their respective committees for the welfare of our people and the advancement and the prosperity of our country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Vice Chairperson, Liaison Committee, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara. Honorable Ngogoyo.
Madam Speaker, the chair for the Committee on Public Works, and I seek your intervention, was to answer my question that the Speaker had directed that they do answer today on the issue of the building that had come down in Ngong at Olenairi area. So I want to request the chair for the Committee on Public Works, they were to give the report. They committed to do so today.
Honorable Gogoyo, I remember that conversation was on this floor. Honorable Tonui, the new chair of the committee, do you have the response? There was a commitment to bring the response because it was urgent.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm aware about that statement, and I want to request Honorable Ngogoyo to review with Madam Speaker that I give a comprehensive report during the first week of recess, after recess, first week. Comprehensive report.
Have you given a preliminary report to Honorable Ngogoyo? The chairperson.
Madam Speaker, the CS has been away, and as I stand now, he's back to the country, and they are preparing that report. So first week after recess.
The preparation of that report did not need to await for the CS, so bring it next Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
to be fair to the Honorable Ngogoyo. Next order. If you're done with the statements, yes. Next order.
Order number 8, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2026-2027 financial year. The responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, before we call out the next order, order number 9, there will be a reorganization of the order paper. Order number 9, and order number 10 shall be deferred. Shall be deferred from today's proceedings, so we shall proceed to order number 11.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
We are on the so we go here. Yeah, honorable members, we are in the Committee of the Whole House on the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023.
Clause 3.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there is no amendment to clause 3. I therefore put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 4 be amended as per the order paper, and the input of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is just to align the role of the county government on matters relating to the fisheries, and also further to expand the scope of the county government to include also the matters of blue economy.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Yes. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just because this bill is pretty big and we are moving very fast, and because of the time we are supposed to actually sit and harmonize with the committee, but we didn't, I would just want to encourage the Chair in good faith where they've adopted, because there are some of my proposed amendments which have they taken in. So I just wanted to know, because I've seen generational and gender equity as the committee has taken. I don't know if they have taken the other ones. For instance, my proposed amendment by creating a subclause M, which takes care of artisanal fishers, which in Kijaluo we call the Jolupo. Have we taken care of Jolupo, Jonam?
Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, many of the proposed amendments by the Honorable Millie, we have incorporated many of them. They are like the clause 4, which is also has an amendment. I want to agree with Honorable Millie that the committee incorporated that amendment. Yes.
So, Honorable Millie, we drop your proposed amendment to the clause in consequence thereof. Yes, honorable members, that being the case, I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, clause 5 be amended as per the order paper, and this is a deletion, Honorable Chair, on clause 5 of the bill, which the clause 5 was about the Fisheries Advisory Council, which, Honorable Chair, the cabinet some time back last year, there are some institutions under the State Department of Fisheries, Honorable Chair, which were collapsed and merged, and one among is the Fisheries Advisory Council. So we are deleting.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Makali Mulu. And maybe before you speak to the proposed amendment, Honorable Makala Mulu, may I guide Honorable Millie that if this amendment is passed, your amendment will not be proposed because there will be no provision. Okay. Yes, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I've listened to the Honorable Kagogo. While the deletion might be just several, I'm just wondering, are you only deleting it because they were merged, or is it because there's no value addition? Because if there was value addition by this advisory council, then you could still have it in this, so long as it will add value to the whole process. I would want to hear, is it because it's just a merger, or you think the purposes and whatever work was expected of them will be done by the lower level?
The chairperson, you may clarify.
Honorable Chairman, the Fisheries Advisory Council was there in the previous government. And this one, because at that time, we didn't have a State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries. It was just a department in the office of the President called the Advisory Council, which was advising the President on issues fisheries. But now, as a government, we have a ministry and also a State Department in charge of Blue Economy and Fisheries, which is now handling all those issues the Advisory Council were doing then.
Thank you, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, of course, at the face of it, actually, an advisory council would be good because it's more permanent, and when other governments come, they may not prioritize a department. However, if you actually look at the way it was crafted, there were so many conflicting mandates. And so one has to give way. And because one has to give way, I think if the advisory council gives way, it's okay. So I agree with the committee, except, Chair, if you look at the amendments that I was proposing, the amendments were actually giving the mandate to this advisory council on issues to do with artisanal fishers. When this original bill that was actually declared unconstitutional by the court was brought, you could see the legislative thinking was for fishers in the ocean. It didn't think of inland waters or those who fish inland. And because of that, the mention of artisanal fishers is more accidental than deliberate. So I would want to encourage, if the committee would agree with me, I will be proposing later an amendment bringing apart specifically speaking to the welfare of artisanal fishers. Not necessarily the fund, but just the welfare, the rights of artisanal fishers. So if, because I agree with you to delete that, I hope you will also support me when I'm dealing with my Jolupo. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Millie, your point is made. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah, honorable members, let me welcome students both in the Speaker's Gallery and the public gallery to the House. Honorable members, in the Speaker's Gallery, we have Mount Carmel School from Masinga constituency in Machakos County. And in the public gallery, we have Kiangweni Academy from Gichugu constituency, Kirinyaga County. Their students, their teachers, and those accompanying them are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings.
Clauses 6 and 7.
Mention.
Yes.
I know this material, maybe you can guide us, Honorable Chairman. Clause 5, we know it was a deletion. So you have read that it should remain part of the I don't know whether that is substantial or it's something I just think, But since it's a house of record, it's already in our records. I don't know what is the way forward.
Yeah, it is deleted. It is deleted. Yeah, it's not part of the bill by consequence of that decision. Yeah, honorable members, I propose that clauses 6 and 7 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no comments, I now put the question that clauses 6 and 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairman, clause 8 be amended as per the order paper, and this amendment, Honorable Chair, provides just a clarity of the functions of the Kenya Fishery Service, and there aligns also the roles in line with the two levels of government, the county government and the national government. And further, Honorable Chair, the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority established under clause 2 has been deleted. In line with the Cabinet Directive on reforms of the state corporation, the amendment also, Honorable Chair, seeks to align the provisions of the directive by deleting the references to the authority and subsequent transfer of marketing authority to functions to Kenya Fisheries Service.
Yes, Honorable Mili. But Honorable Mili, before you rise on a point of order, do I propose the question? Okay. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Honorable Mili.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just wanted to seek your direction because what the committee is seeking to do is to delete clause 8 and substitute with a new clause. And Chair had proposed amendments which don't go against what they are proposing, but there were amendments to the old clause. So how do we go about it? Because I still want to retain my amendments to that 8.
Yeah, you've done well to seek clarification from the study of the corresponding amendments and the bill. If the amendment by the committee, is approved by the House, your amendments in terms of paragraph F, L, and new paragraph PA will fall. You will therefore remain only to move amendment in respect of paragraph A.
But Mr. Speaker, the new, the paragraph PA is a new one.
Yes, it's a new one, but it is materially at par with the amendments being proposed by the chair if you look at them keenly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Chair, you want to?
Yes, and I also want to ask Honorable Millie, Honorable Chair, but even what she was proposing, it's already captured under the clause 8C of our committee amendments. So it is in line with our clause 8C. Yes.
You are speaking in terms of what would remain.
Yes, what you wanted to. Yes.
The amendment Honorable Millie is proposing in terms of A, you say will be covered under your clause C.
Yes, and it's covered.
Yes.
And we have captured as a committee.
Honorable Millie, if that is so, then it means your entire amendments will fall. I'm giving you time to just confirm, because
Chair, if you look at what C says, their proposed amendment is develop standards for the management of all fisheries and aquaculture activities and fishing related activities within the scope of this act. And mine provides ensure the appropriate development on standards on conservation management, sustainable use, development and protection of the fisheries resources. So mine is very specific to issues of conservation and sustainable use.
Yeah, the House will treat your part of the amendment when it comes, Honorable Millie, and I think you'll give that explanation to the House at that stage. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Millie, propose the part of your amendment that is remaining.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is why it's good to have Suberians around. Honorable Karoli has just alerted me that the committee's F actually mirrors exactly my proposed amendment.
Yes.
The only challenge I face is that the chair, because we did get to speak, didn't realize the passion I have for artisanal fishers. They are the reason I'm in this house. So that is why I need you to mention artisanal or jolupo by word like that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Millie, are you dropping therefore your amendments?
Chair, I'm actually, there goes Karoli again. Suberians, sharp minds. He has said, look at Q, support artisanal fisheries. So the chairman is already alert to my desire. So I drop all my amendments in that clause.
Yeah, Honorable Millie, having dropped all our amendments to clause 8, I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Yes, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, clause 9 of the bill be amended as by the order paper. And this one, Honorable Chair, the Fish Marketing Authority established under clause 201 has been deleted in line with the Cabinet Directive on reforms of state corporations. The amendment seeks to align the provisions with the directive by deleting the reference to the authority and subsequent transfer of marketing functions to the Kenya Fisheries Service.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable members, I put the question. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And there is an amendment by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, MP. Honorable Millie, move your amendment.
Chair, I just wanted to find out, has the committee deleted 9, or you've just proposed amendments?
No, I can guide you, Honorable Millie. Clause 9 has not been deleted. They have only amended in terms of reading the provision of some words, which they say have been catered for.
Oh, okay, then, Chair, if that is the case, then I will drop my proposed deleting of paragraph A and B, because those were conflicting with the roles of the advisory council.
Yes.
But now that the advisory council has been removed, it's no longer necessary. And then I think the others, the committee have adopted my proposed amendments.
Yes.
So because of that, I dropped my amendments.
Thank you, Honorable Millie. The amendments proposed by Honorable Millie are dropped. And that being so, Honorable members, I now put the question that Clause 9 be, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 10, is it only 10? That Clause 10 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that Clause 10 of the bill be amended as per the order paper, and the input of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to align with the provisions of State Corporation Act on representative of the board, which includes the Attorney General or their representative. Further, Honorable Chair, the amendment seeks to provide a representation of the county governments in the board of the service, noting that the functions given to the service have a direct and indirect impact on the functions of the county government.
Made, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I propose the question that Clause 10 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Honorable Chair, I have no particular amendment on this particular clause, but I wanted to ask the Chair why they have not considered it necessary to include the ministry responsible for environmental conservation as part of the membership of the board under Clause 10. Because one of the main issues about fisheries is the management of the riverine estuaries where the fish produces eggs and the younglings survive before becoming fish of the right size to be eaten. I thought there should be some linkage between the board and the ministry responsible for environmental conservation.
Chairperson.
That interest, Honorable Chairperson, is taken care of separately by NEMA, because even the fishermen who are doing like a cage fishing, Honorable Speaker, in the lake, they must first get even a NEMA licenses. So, though there is no even harm to include, but they are taken care of separately by NEMA.
Yes, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. I support, except I'd wish to draw to seek the attention of the Chair. I think is consulted. Chair of the committee. Honorable Bowen, I was just wondering if you could clarify why under 10.1G, the proposed, Honorable Bowen, are you listening? I know men have a challenge in multitasking. Under clause 10.1G, you've said 3 other persons not being public officers with the knowledge and experience in the conservation, blah, 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 appointed by the cabinet secretary. I was wondering why you do not very specifically just say those persons should be from the, BMUs, because they play a very critical role. But just like the artisanal fishers, we are giving them very minimal mention in this bill. Is it possible that you could propose that amendment to include them in? It wouldn't add the numbers, but you would actually basically do a further amendment to include one of them being a representative of the BMUs.
Honorable Chair, I take the concerns by the Honorable Millie and the Honorable Caroli Omonte, but I want to take them to the part D of the bill, which is the interagencies monitoring, control, and surveillance unit. That is page 993 of this. And you can see the representation. The representation there, Honorable Chair, if you allow me to read, is the Director General of Fisheries, who is the chair, representative of the police, representative of the judiciary, the county government, the BMUs, the representative of the NEMA, the representative of the public health and sanitation, the representative of the defense, water, wildlife, maritime. So all those agencies are there.
Yeah, Chair, would you also read clause 10(1)(c) of the bill before amendment? Just if Honorable Caroli could be satisfied that knowledge on matters environment is catered for.
Yes, Honorable Chair, that is part C. The 5 members, these are the membership of the board. The 5 members not being a public officers openly appointed by the Cabinet Secretary for their long-term knowledge and experience in the conservation, management, development. That's what you are...
Yes, and it's replaced that with specific mentions of agencies like the National Environment Management Authority. Yes, honorable members, I now put the question that clause, yes. Yes, that is Honorable Owen Bayer.
Yes, Chair. I note very interestingly that the Chair is proposing the Cabinet Secretary under 10.3, the Cabinet Secretary shall, in making appointments under subsection 1G, have regard to the principles of gender parity, age, and all that. That is under section 1G. But, Chair, if you look at the appointments in A, B, C, D, E, and even F, we have had these situations where that all these principal secretaries probably come from the same gender, or probably come from the same ethnic group, or probably come from the same village. Because of the designation that they are appointed, they are already in office. So how are you going to balance that without really ensuring that we do not come to... I remember Kenya Maritime Authority at the time when they appointed like that, and all of them belongs to one tribe. All of them, from the chair, everybody. So how are you going to ensure that we don't end up with a situation like that?
Honorable Owen Bayer, I don't want that to be responded to because the response is in Article 232 of the Constitution. That is the requirement of our supreme law, that the face of the nation in terms of gender, regional, ethnic balance, integration of minorities, the youth, persons with disabilities, must be adhered to when you compose any body that is a public service body. Yes, so honorable members, permit me now, therefore, to put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, clause 11 be amended as per the order paper. This one is just a cleanup, Honorable Chair. So it is just a draft cleanup. It's not something major.
Honorable Chair, what are you cleaning up?
If you check, Honorable Chair, we just aligning it with the provisions drafting style and the format of the House. How normally the
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The point is made. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
And may they exercise accountability and transparency even as they discharge their mandate. Father, we thank you. We pray for our president. Continue, Lord, blessing him with your wisdom, with your protection, and your guidance, O God. We commit this occasion before you and our beautiful nation before you, that you guide us, O God, and you lead us. For this we pray in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, you may kindly take your seats. Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency the Deputy President, Your Excellency the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the leadership of Parliament as led by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Cabinet Secretaries present, Solicitor General and Principal Secretaries present, honored guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 10th Presidential Ascent Ceremony of the year 2026. Today's ceremony is dedicated to the enactment of the legislative instruments that anchor and give effect to the government budget cycle for the financial year 2026-2027. Your Excellency, sir, this state ceremony is convened pursuant to Article 115 of the Constitution for the presidential assent to 4 parliamentary bills, whose enactment will further advance the implementation of the administration's agenda. The first bill to be presented for presidential assent is the Supplementary Appropriations number 2 of financial year 2025-2026. The bill gives effect to the supplementary estimates 2, which seek to address emerging expenditure requirements, including shortfalls in operations and maintenance, as well as enhanced funding for critical security operations. Consequently, the total national government ministerial expenditure is increased by Kenya shillings 18.2 billion from Kenya shillings 2.913 trillion to Kenya shillings 2.931 trillion. The second bill to receive Your Excellency's seal of approval is Appropriation Bill 2026. The bill anchors the administration's fourth budget and reflects the most consequential allocation of resources towards the realization of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Overall, the national government budget for the financial year 2026-2027 amounts to Kenya shillings 2.92 trillion, comprising Kenya shillings 2.07 trillion for recurrent expenditure and Kenya shillings 844.4 billion for development expenditure. The third bill to make its way to Your Excellency's ceremonial desk for assent is a finance bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2026. The principal object of the bill is to amend various statutes to optimize and enhance revenue-raising measures for the national government, while supporting investment and improving tax administration. Among its key provisions, The bill provides incentives for manufacturing, public-private partnership projects, and projects under the National Infrastructure Fund. Following extensive public participation and stakeholder engagement, the House amended several provisions of the bill. To culminate this state ceremony, the final bill to receive Your Excellency's assent is the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill 2023. The bill was passed by the National Assembly with amendments on 23rd August 2023 and later passed by the Senate with further amendments on 21st March 2024, which were transmitted to the National Assembly for concurrence on 25th March 2024. Upon rejection of the Senate amendments by the National Assembly, the bill was committed to a mediation committee under Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution, leading to a mediation version that was approved by the National Assembly on the 7th of April 2026 and by the Senate on 10th of June 2026. The principal object of the bill is to establish a coherent framework for the coordination of public institutions involved in food and feed safety and provide for the role of county governments in safeguarding food and feed safety across the Republic. Your Excellency, sir, with both houses of Parliament having discharged their law-making mandate in enacting these 4 bills, it is now my most humble duty to petition Your Excellency as head of state and government to exercise the authority conferred upon you under Article 115 of the Constitution and assent these bills into law. To set the stage for the presidential assent, I seek Your Excellency's kind permission to invite the following members of the executive alongside the parliamentary leadership to witness Your Excellency set your hands onto the bill. His Excellency the Deputy President, His Excellency the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Cabinet Secretaries present, the Majority Leader and Minority Party Leaders of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the Budget, Agriculture and Finance Committees, the whips of both the majority and minority parties, and Senator Oburu can join, the Solicitor General, the Principal Secretaries for Parliamentary Affairs, and the Principal Secretary for Agriculture, Your Excellency, sir, with your kind permission, I now invite the Clerk of the National Assembly to present the vellum copies of the bill for your consideration and assent.
Excellency, good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
Fine, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I act under the instructions of the Speaker of the National Assembly to place before you today 6 vellum copies of bills for your assent. The first one, Your Excellency, being the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2026. Your Excellency, this bill was introduced in the National Assembly by the distinguished member for Alego Usonga, the Honorable Samuel Atandi, having emanated from the Cabinet. 23rd, Your Excellency. Excellency, this is it's a modest bill. The National Treasury advised the House to make modest changes to the budget for the financial year, which is ending next week on Tuesday, by adding additional capital of only 18 billion to certain areas which had deficiency and which have the capacity to absorb within the next 7 days. Excellency, these areas include monies for payment for pending bills, for the administration of the national exams, which were held last year and others this year, Your Excellency. And therefore, the Ministry of Education will receive 1.5 billion towards that exercise. Your Excellency, there is also funds for payment of pending bills for Mwacha Dam, amounting to 2.3 billion, again towards payment of pending bills for the construction of that facility. The bill, Your Excellency, also has an amount of money going towards the Nyota program, particularly for our youth. Again, the National Treasury has divided that money between the Ministry of Youth Affairs and one other ministry, Your Excellency, towards a Nyota program for implementation. Ministry of SMEs, Your Excellency, towards implementation of Nyota program and for absorption by Tuesday next week, Your Excellency. There is also a small amount, Your Excellency, going to the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation towards its international obligation with respect to the ongoing FIFA World Cup and other rights, Your Excellency. There is also a modest amount, Your Excellency, going towards security sector, Your Excellency, to bridge the gap for the few days that are remaining before the end of this financial year. The second bill, Your Excellency, is the appropriations bill for the year 2026-2027. This bill, Your Excellency, was also introduced by the distinguished member for Alego Usonga on behalf of the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly. They held extensive public participation within and outside the House during consideration of the estimates. Your Excellency, a number of changes have been effected by the committee following those public participation exercise. This bill also actualizes the Division of Revenue Act, which you assented to only a few days ago, and therefore it divides money amongst the various state departments for the national government, and also provides for funds for the judiciary, which is now currently funded at 30.8 billion, which has gradually risen from 16 billion or thereabout in the year 2022 to the current 30.8 billion in the financial year starting Wednesday next week. There is also funds, Your Excellency, for the legislature, which has also been funded to a tune of 50 billion for the 4 votes of Parliament. Your Excellency, amongst the biggest gainers in the appropriation for the year 2026-2027 is the Ministry of Education and all the sectors under the State Department for Education, including the Teacher Service Commission, Your Excellency. The third bill this evening, Your Excellency, to receive your assent is the Finance Bill 2026. This bill, Your Excellency, was introduced in the House as required under the PFM Act. It was brought initially as a draft by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, who is former minority leader in the National Assembly, Your Excellency. When he came to read the budget, when he came as required by the Constitution, he brought it to the House by 30th of April. Thereafter, it was published before the House went on recess. That recess period, Your Excellency, allowed the House to undertake extensive public participation on the bill. The Committee on Finance, led by the distinguished member for Molo, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, undertook extensive public participation in 13 counties. We also received over 100,000 written memoranda from different individuals, corporate entities, and our business community, Your Excellency, and other individuals. The committee also engaged severally a number of entities for a full 2 weeks, Your Excellency, while going through the bill. The bill initially had 56 clauses. By now it has 54 clauses, Your Excellency. We lost 2 and a few others were introduced along the way.
How many again did you say the clauses were?
Initially, it had 56 clauses when it was brought by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. Today, it has 54 clauses.
I heard some member of parliament saying there was a clause 169. Was that true?
That, Your Excellency, may not be the finance bill for 2026, Your Excellency. Probably another piece of legislation. So, Your Excellency, after extensive public participation, the committee also initiated a number of changes to this bill, which, Your Excellency, you have been briefed about, and we request that you brief the nation about at the appropriate time. But allow me, Honorable Your Excellency, just to mention two aspects of it. One of them is that there is no mobile money tax introduced, because as National Assembly, we took a lot of time explaining that to the public, because those provisions are not contained in this bill at all. Your Excellency, there are also no provisions amending any land laws in this bill, as was initially said in the public, particularly in the social media. And the committee also took time to explain that to the public. So that, Your Excellency, there's no single proposal to amend land laws or to introduce any levy relating to land under the Finance Bill 2026. Your Excellency, conversely, this bill attempts, and in many ways indeed does, introduce efficient ways of tax administration as opposed to myriad of new taxes. The bill proposes ways in which the Kenya Revenue Authority will make it easy for them to collect tax, Your Excellency. The last bill to get your assent, Your Excellency, is a bill called Food and Feed Control and Coordination Bill. This bill, Your Excellency, emanated from the Cabinet in the year 2023. It was introduced in the House by the leader of the majority party, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, was passed by the House towards the end of 2023, sent to the Senate.
Did you say that? Did you say something about land taxes?
Your Excellency, yes, the finance bill has not introduced any tax
on freehold land and all this.
On any land, whether freehold or leasehold, Your Excellency. As
I thought I had some character in some rally saying there was introduction of. Was that part of this bill or another one?
Your Excellency, the Finance Bill amends the following pieces of statutes: the VAT Act, Excise Duty Act, Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, Stamp Duty Act, Affordable Housing Act, and does not in any way amend any law relating to land in the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency. It also amends the Income Tax Act, Your Excellency. That's a finance bill. This particular one, Your Excellency, relating to food and feed safety, is intended to control and manage how food is handled for human beings, or human consumption, and also animal consumption in accordance with international standards. When the two houses disagreed, the speakers of both houses appointed a mediation committee chaired by the distinguished member for Tigania West, the Honorable John Kanyuithia Mutunga, and the senator for Bungoma, the Honorable Senator David Wakoli. The mediation committee agreed on a version which was presented to both houses, Your Excellency, and the houses agreed with that version and passed it. It's a bill concerning counties, Your Excellency, and therefore it had to go to both houses. Your Excellency, to give effect to the supplementary appropriation bill and appropriation bill, may I request you, Your Excellency, to now also assent, to now also sign the treasury warrants so as to authorize the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Your Excellency, to make the necessary drawings from the consolidated fund so that the money can be withdrawn from the fund commencing tomorrow upon publication of the bill, supplementary appropriation bill, into Act, so that the entities listed there can therefore benefit from the 18.2 billion which is contained in the supplementary appropriation bill, which will become an act of parliament following your assent and publication into law. There are 4 copies for each, Your Excellency, for the supplementary appropriations and for the main appropriations. Your Excellency, we will be requesting that our Attorney General to, with your consent, to gazette the supplementary appropriation immediately following the assent so that it can come into force. And then thereafter the main appropriations at the beginning, just before the beginning of the next financial year, is Wednesday next week.
Very good.
Excellency, I seek your consent to resign my commission for the day at this point.
With Your Excellency's assent and the sacred trust it carries, the implementation of the administration's plan gains renewed impetus. Your Excellency, sir, I now invite you to hand over the copies of the acts to His Excellency the Deputy President, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury for implementation, the Honorable Attorney General for publication into law, and the Principal Secretaries present for implementation. Your Excellency may also graciously present ceremonial copies of the acts to the Speaker of the National Assembly, the leaders of the majority party in both houses of Parliament, and other members of Parliament present, and all esteemed state officials in attendance. Your Excellency will unveil and display an open ceremonial copy of the acts, while other state officials shall bear closed copies. May I now kindly request all members of the Executive and Parliament to resume their seats. And whilst remaining standing, join me in welcoming His Excellency the President.
Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, with my assent to the Finance Bill and into Finance Act now 2026 and the Appropriation Bill Act 2026, Kenya now has both the legal framework and the resources to finance its priorities, create jobs, strengthen livelihoods, and invest in the future under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Budget is more than an accounting exercise. It is a statement of national priorities. This government serves the ordinary people, the farmers, the border riders, the mama mbogas, the workers, the entrepreneurs, students, and every young person striving for a better future. Let me begin with the Finance Act, which has sparked an important national conversation about taxation, fairness, and development. Before the passage of the bill, Parliament conducted extensive public participation, received submissions from more than 170 organizations and over 100,000 individual citizens, and opened digital platforms for Kenyans to share their views and suggestions. Let me state clearly, this law does not raise taxes on ordinary Kenyans. Instead, it improves fairness by strengthening compliance, closing loopholes, and ensuring that every person and business pays what is lawfully due. We are pursuing tax avoidance, not taxpayers. Offshore schemes, not ordinary wages. And leakages, not livelihoods. Contrary to propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, the government did not propose any taxes that were largely alleged. Specifically, there was no proposal to introduce taxes on freehold land, or any land for that matter. There was no proposal to introduce taxes on second-hand clothing or mitumba. There was no change to the rental income tax regime as alleged. There was no proposal to introduce tax on bottled water. There is no new tax on M-Pesa or mobile money. The money you send to your family, your business, or your friends will move tomorrow as it has always done. There is no new tax on mobile phones, airtime, or data. There is no new tax on locally manufactured packaging used for essential products. The Finance Act also supports livelihoods and growth through incentives for motorcycles, electric passenger buses, electric bicycles, solar batteries, and locally assembled mobile phones, making innovation, clean energy, and opportunity more accessible to many Kenyans. To protect our sugar industry, the Act increases duty on imported sugar from Kenya shillings 7 shillings and 50 cents to 40 shillings per kilogram, safeguarding 17 operational factories, sugar factories that is in Kenya, and the livelihoods of 2 million farmers and 10 million Kenyans who depend on the sugar sector. A 6-month tax amnesty. A 6-month tax amnesty will waive penalties and interest on outstanding tax obligations, allowing taxpayers to regularize their affairs while improving liquidity in the economy, in their businesses, and in government. Mortgage tax benefits previously available through banks have now been extended to borrowers from registered microfinance institutions, enabling them to enjoy the same relief that has been available to borrowers in banks. To address concerns raised by returning travelers, including Kenyans who travel abroad and members of our diaspora, we have increased the duty-free allowance from 39,000 Kenya shillings to 260,000 Kenya shillings for gifts and personal effects that Kenyans can buy as they travel or as they come home from their jobs abroad. To progressively reduce our debt burden, projects undertaken through public-private partnerships and our new National Infrastructure Fund will now benefit from reduced taxes, lowering delivery costs, accelerating implementation, and improving efficiency. This is what a fair tax system looks like. One that protects the vulnerable, rewards enterprise, promotes compliance, and shares responsibility fairly. The true measure of a budget is not what it collects, but what it makes possible. This budget invests in people, productivity, and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, education receives the largest allocation in this budget. Kenya shillings 784 billion, up from 526 billion in 2022, has been allocated by this budget. This investment reflects a simple belief: every child deserves the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to succeed. To honor our commitment to teachers on contract, 20,000 teachers will transition to permanent and pensionable term, as has been provided by this budget. In addition, we will recruit a further 24,000 teachers, bringing the total number of teachers hired under this administration to 124,000 teachers. I had made a commitment of 100 and 16,000 teachers. Now, with this hiring of 24,000 teachers under this budget, we will have crossed the 116,000 into 124,000. The Higher Education Loans Board will receive 56.7 billion Kenya shillings, up from 15 billion Kenya shillings in 2022. And this is in recognition of what I have gathered as I moved throughout the country, listened to many students in our TVET and universities, that they needed additional money to fund their education. We have also allocated 40.4 billion shillings for university, KMTC, and TVET scholarships, and a further 6.6 billion to settle universities' lecturers' arrears that has been very long standing. As a result, KMTC students are now eligible to apply for Higher Education Loans Board funding. This was not the case in the past, but now, as I went around, specifically when I was at some point in Kisii, I remember one of the student leaders coming to me and telling me, Mr. President, we are as good as students in college as those in Tibet and as those in universities. I'm happy that I can respond positively to that student leader. Funding for free day secondary education and junior school capitation has increased to Kenya shillings 84.6 billion from 52 billion shillings in 2022, while 7 billion has been allocated for free primary education. We have further provided 1.5 billion for examinations, as I have just signed here today, and another 9.9 billion for the administration of national exams going into the future. To support 2.8 million vulnerable learners, Kenya shillings 3 billion has been allocated for our school feeding program to keep more students in class. And I want to commend counties that are partnering with us in making provisions for support of this school feeding program. Under the competence-based education program, Kenya shillings 15 billion will be invested in classrooms, laboratories, and STEM education, particularly in underserved areas. Kenyans will remember that one of the biggest challenges that we encountered when we came into office was shortage of learning spaces. So far, we have built 23,000 classrooms. These 15 billion Kenya shillings allocated under this budget will enhance more classrooms, more laboratories, specifically 1,600 laboratories that will be built, especially in marginalized and underserved areas. In health, this act increases funding by Kenya shillings 43.1 billion shillings from last year, from 132 billion last year to Kenya shillings 175.5 billion this year. Primary health care will now receive 19.1 billion. As a result, let me state this very clearly, that no Kenyan should pay for outpatient services at dispensaries, health centers, and sub-county health facilities in any social health authority accredited public, private, or faith-based hospitals. Let me make this very clear. We have had incidences where some hospitals around the country, public, private, faith-based, are charging citizens who go for outpatient services, yet that service has been paid for and provided by the government of Kenya. Today, I am making this absolutely clear to any facility in the Republic of Kenya that charges any citizen when they go for outpatient service, that we will shortly make it criminal for anybody to charge any citizen, because the Constitution of Kenya, Section 43, mandates the government of Kenya to provide health of the highest possible to every citizen. And therefore, with the provision of additional resources in the manner of 19.1 billion, citizens should now be able to go, as they have done, to hospital, consultations, medicine, treatment, and walk away without having to pay. Similarly, and I say this for all hospitals, be they private, be they public, or be they faith-based, because all a hospital needs to do, if a citizen is not registered, they should register them and treat them for free. We will pay for the costs. We have also allocated Kenya shillings 3.7 billion to support all our 107,000 community health promoters through replenishment of kits and tools, and by covering their social health authority contributions. As we all know, our community health promoters have been the greatest champions. In fact, they have been our shujas when it comes to matters health, in every village, in every town, in every city. The kits they are using are now almost 2.5 years old. We are now going to renew all their kits. And because they are providing a service, the government of Kenya will partner with the counties to pay social health authority for every community health promoter. Funding for Kenya Medical Supplies Authority has increased from 5 billion to 21 billion to strengthen the supply of medicines and medical commodities. With this investment, there should be no shortage of essential medicine in our health facilities. Let me say this for the avoidance of any doubt. The biggest challenge that citizens have often complained about is the lack of medicine in our health facilities, the hakuna dawa issue. Now, with this provision, I am asking all counties and all hospitals in Kenya to make sure that medicine is available in every health facility in the Republic of Kenya. I will convene a health summit within the next 1 month to ensure that we fully realize the benefits of these resources and translate them into improved services for all the people of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture remains the backbone of our economy and the source of livelihoods for millions of Kenyans. Funding for the sector has therefore increased to Kenya shillings 63 billion from 44 billion last year. We have set aside Kenya shillings 20 billion for seed and fertilizer subsidies, up from no funding in 2022. Already, 6.5 million farmers are benefiting. This investment will maintain fertilizer prices at Kenya shillings 2,500 per bag, 50 kilogram bag, down from 7,000 in 2022. We are equally investing 5.4 billion in food resilience programs, Kenya shillings 2.7 billion to support farmers and workers in the sugar sector. And as citizens know, that is a sector that we have finally turned the corner with, a sector that was almost collapsing. Today, all the sugar mills are working. We have licensed another five actually, sugar mills in the last 2 years. And we have made sure that progressively our estimates indicate that in the next 1 to 2 years, Kenya will be a net exporter of sugar. And that is why we have said imported sugar will now attract heavy duties. We have equally provided 2 billion Kenya shillings to waive coffee farmers' debts. We did provide 1 billion in the budget we just concluded, 2 billion in the budget we just concluded. We are providing another 2 billion in this budget, and we will complete the coffee waiver for farmers in the coming year. We have also provided 500 million shillings to enhance resources in our coffee cherry fund. Young farmers will benefit from a Kenya shillings 1.3 billion credit facility, while pastoral resilience and livestock commercialization programs have received 3.3 billion and 1.3 billion respectively. We have also allocated 5.5 billion to support 300,000 pastoralist farmers in 21 arid and semi-arid counties through cooperatives and market access initiatives. Additional investment will expand access to milk coolers and value addition equipment in the dairy sector. We're already negotiating and in final stages of an additional 650 milk coolers and value addition equipment for our dairy sector. To support rural industrialization and value addition, we have provided 3.85 billion to county aggregation and industrial parks to complete ongoing projects and to operationalize completed facilities with common user facilities. We have already 16 county aggregation and industrial parks that are complete, and we have provided in this year's budget money for their operationalization, money for equipment, money for common user facilities, so that locally produced products can now be processed, value added, before they go into the market. Our goal is simple: to help farmers produce more, earn more, and build greater prosperity in rural Kenya. We are equally committed to empowering women, young people, and grassroots communities, with nearly 110 billion committed to programs that will expand opportunity, and strengthen livelihoods. This includes Kenya shillings 22.6 billion for youth programs and 12.4 billion for the National Youth Service to recruit an additional 10,000 young people, modernize facilities, and strengthen skills development. Additionally, we will be funding with other partners Kenya shillings 6.5 billion for classrooms, workshops, and hostels to accommodate an additional 50,000 recruits in our National Youth Service. Already, we have provided money for the purchase of 50 graders for the National Youth Service and 50 tippers for the National Youth Service, for them to work with the Nairobi regeneration and finally for other programs around the country. In addition, 8.8 billion shillings has been allocated for affordable credit to micro and small enterprises. And I just completed a program with Africa Guarantee Finance Fund for them to support this exercise as we work with Kenya Industrial Estates, Kenya Development Corporation, and our MSME sector. Kenya shillings 5.3 billion for the Nyota program and Kenya shillings 2 billion for paid internship is part of the resources that we have made available. We have also allocated 25 billion for cash transfer benefiting 1.2 million vulnerable households. Kenya shillings 8.9 billion for orphans and vulnerable children. Kenya shillings 4.3 billion for hunger safety net program. Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for persons living with severe disabilities. And Kenya shillings 900 million to support girls' education and dignity. To strengthen grassroots administration, public participation, and access to government services, Kenya shillings 3.9 billion has been allocated for village elders across the country. We realize this is a resource that is often available for grassroots sensitization, grassroots mobilization, creating harmony in our communities, but they have not been recognized in the past. We have now recognized the 100,000 plus village elders who will now be part and parcel of the ecosystem of government delivery. To enhance access to justice and strengthen the rule of law, funding for the judiciary has now increased from 16 billion shillings in 2022 to 30 billion shillings in this budget. Again, it is because of our commitment that funding the judiciary is not just about justice. It is also about development. And this is not a cost to the people of Kenya. It is investment in our development. Affordable housing remains a key pillar of our economic transformation. With 274,000 housing units under construction and more than 640,000 jobs supported directly and indirectly. To sustain this momentum, we have committed 138 billion to affordable housing and urban development. This will finance affordable housing units, our hostels for close to 180,000 students in our universities, in our technical training colleges, in our Kenya medical training colleges, and also to support the construction of markets across Kenya so that our mama mbogas and all other traders operate in an environment that is conducive, that is hygienic, and that is protected. We are investing in housing, infrastructure, and energy, and the digital connectivity, because growth requires jobs, creates mobility, and also opportunity. Accordingly, 225 billion has been allocated to roads and Kenya shillings 52 billion to transport infrastructure. I did make a commitment that we are going to complete the ongoing 6,000 kilometers of roads in Kenya today. And we are working on other transport infrastructure to support logistics and mobility in our country. This includes 20.8 billion for the extension of the standard gauge railway from Naivasha to Kisumu and onwards to Malaba, and Kenya shillings 4.2 billion for the Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone, and also an additional 3.8 billion for flood mitigation and emergency preparedness, as we are getting from the weathermen that we might be expecting an El Nino. Reliable and affordable energy remains essential to economic growth and household welfare. We have therefore allocated 34.1 billion to the sector, including 26.1 billion for rural electrification and grid expansion, Kenya shillings 3.7 billion for power generation, and Kenya shillings 3.2 billion for alternative energy technologies. To cushion Kenyans from volatility in the global fuel market, including disruptions arising from conflict in the Middle East, including in the Iran, we have set aside 21.5 billion for fuel stabilization and provided seed capital for the establishment of the East African refinery as a mechanism for a long-term solution to challenges that face us in our fuel supply. To strengthen national security and improve operational readiness, 6.5 billion shillings has been allocated for modernization of equipment, transport, and motor vehicle fleet for our police and security agencies. In partnership with other agencies, we are also supporting the delivery of 10,000 housing units for officers in the National Police Service, Kenya Prison Service, and the National Youth Service. The digital economy, where many young people are finding jobs and opportunities, will receive 10.5 billion to do the following. Number one, connect 20,000 public institutions, including schools, hospitals, police stations, to fiber optic. And these will also include the ICT hubs being constructed by our members of parliament. Number two, to provide 50,000 devices for our Jitume centers and ICT hubs that have been constructed or being constructed by our members of parliament and by all other actors in this sector to promote digital commerce, digital learning, and digital jobs. Number three, to digitize 12 government departments and agencies to make government services much more accessible, much more affordable, and easy to be accessed by citizens. And number five, to expand digital skills development and training programs. On water, sanitation, and environmental protection, we will spend 112.4 billion Kenya shillings, including funding for the completion of major projects such as Umar Dam in Kitui, Sioi Murunj Dam in West Pokot, Thwake Dam in Makueni, and Mwache Dam in Kwale. This will also include 25 other water projects that are now in the process of being advertised across the country, and we are going to give you a list of those projects. In the blue economy space, investments will include completion of a center of excellence in Kabonyo, Kisumu County, Namaret in Shimoni, Kwale County, the operationalization of Shimoni Fish Port in Kwale, the completion of 15 fish landing sites and markets at a cost of 1.5 billion shillings, the establishment of search and rescue center in Kisumu, the acquisition of rescue boats, both in Lake Victoria and in the Indian Ocean, and the provision of 272 fishing boats for our fishermen. This will also include a ferry service that will be made available in Likoni, one in Lake Turkana, and the other one in Lake Victoria. That money has already been provided for. To strengthen Kenya's position as a global sporting nation, 26.4 billion has been allocated to complete 39 sports stadia in Kenya. Prepare for AFCON in 2027. Reward our outstanding sportsmen and women who represent Kenya on the international stage, and support sports competition and tournaments nationwide. We have also allocated 14.2 billion for the completion of the Bomas Convention Center, and will work with counties to identify and develop signature tourism sites and products supported by marketing initiatives with the aim of moving our tourism arrivals to 5.2 million by 2028 and close to 1 trillion shillings in revenue, up from where we are today. This year, we reached a mark of 2.7 million tourists, and we raised close to 500 billion from the tourism sector. Taken together, these investments reflect a government focus not only on managing the present, but also on building a stronger future. A future with more jobs, more opportunities, better services, and shared prosperity for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, nation building is work in progress. But I can say with confidence, the foundations are stronger, the direction is right, and the results are becoming increasingly clear and visible. I have said before that Kenya will become a first world nation within a generation. Some hear ambition. I see possibility. Every serious plan must be financed. Every transformation must be funded. And every national aspiration must be backed by action. That is what this budget does. It invests in our children through education, in our families through healthcare, in our farmers through agriculture, in our youth through jobs, enterprise, and skills, and in our future through infrastructure, innovation, and the prudent utilization of public resources. The ultimate measure of this budget will be the opportunities it creates and the lives it transforms. History does not reward pessimism, cowardice, and indecision. History rewards the courageous, the resilient, the builders, and those who refuse to surrender their future to doubt, division, or fear. That is the task before us: to build a stronger economy, create more jobs, to expand opportunity, to protect the vulnerable, and to ensure that prosperity reaches every part of our republic. I did make a commitment to the people of Kenya that the old exclusive development paradigm is gone, that going into the future, every part of Kenya, irrespective of how they voted, irrespective of who they are, irrespective of the past, will benefit from the development of our nation. And that no part of Kenya, no region of Kenya, no section of Kenya, no community of the Republic of Kenya, no religious persuasion will be left behind, that we are going to move together. Together, we must reject propaganda. We must reject misinformation. We must reject disinformation. We must reject fake news. We must reject insults. We must reject hate. We must reject ethnic bigotry and profiling. And we must reject division. I therefore call upon all Kenyans to remain united, confident, and focused on our shared purpose. Let us continue to work together, to build together, and to move forward together. To every farmer feeding the nation, every entrepreneur building a business, every worker striving for a better life, every young person pursuing opportunity, and every family seeking dignity and security, this budget is yours. The government is working for you, and together we are building Kenya's future. The vision is clear. The agenda is set. The plan is funded and on course. The transformation is happening. And together, we are building the prosperous, inclusive, and modern nation that we all deserve. Thank you very much for your attention. Asanteni sana. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
hazina nyingine ya equalization. Hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kusisitiza tu ya kwamba hazina hii ikaweze kuwafikia hata wale watu wadogo, wale wavuvi wa chini. Hapo tutakuwa tunaweza
kuinua maisha ya jamii. Asante mwenyekiti.
The Honorable Farah Malim, Deputy Speaker Emeritus. The Honorable Owen Bayer.
To clean up a few things here, which I have noticed, if you go to the amendment on page number 1560 of the order paper, 1560, are we there? It says, the levy collected under subsection 12 shall be apportioned as follows. But this 12 refers to 12 of 26, which we have deleted. So in other words, we are talking about a fund which has not been established. So I think you need some clearing up. No, because we have deleted 26 entirely, isn't it?
The Honorable, when the clause you are speaking about is at clause 27.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes. So if you look at 13.
Clause 27:13.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The levy collected under subsection 12 shall be apportioned as follows. So the cabinet secretary, that is 12, the cabinet secretary may, by regulations, prescribe a levy to be paid. So that is in 27. 27. Yes. Oh, that is a new section.
Yes. Okay.
So this is a replacement of. Oh, okay, I agree. The bill be amended by deleting clause 27 and substituting therefore with the following. So this is the substitute,
yes.
Not a new clause, a substitute. Okay.
Yes, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed.
Let me be on record, Chair, because my committee member, Honorable Kasim Dandasa, because he's on record saying this artisanal fishing must be defined. I just want to inform the Honorable Kasim, Honorable Chair, that
there is
on
a
the part
definition
one,
in clause 2.
Preliminaries, on the preliminary part 1, it is clearly defined. The artisanal fishing, the additional fishing vessels, so it is there. It is clearly defined. So the 10% goes to those defined here by the bill.
Yes, and Honorable Kasim will be dealing with that part of the bill later on. Towards the end. So, honorable members, with that understanding, yes, the Honorable Farah Malim.
Chair, my position is that we are still in a situation in which this can be defined as to mean the whole country. To mean the whole country. 100% of the country. And this is exactly what the honorable member said last time. We wanted an equalization fund. The idea was that those areas that were stabbed in the under the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, which is areas, what was called the NFD and its contiguous areas, in contiguous districts, was supposed to benefit from that. But later on, you came around and thanks to the government that came there after the constitution itself was passed, it was now said that even the mountain region was marginalized. So in a sense, you water down a very good, noble idea to bring a section of the country that was left behind for over 70 years up to speed with the rest of the country. But now you watered it down. In which case, the emphasis now is for the whole country. The former NFD is probably getting less than 20% of what's called the equalization fund. Now we have another one here. And I'm sure we are looking at specific parts of the country that are supposed to gain from that.
No. This is a specific category of Kenyans called those engaged in artisanal.
But is that universal in the whole country?
Yeah.
Or artisanal fishing vessels?
It is the kind of fishing as defined, Honorable Farah, in clause 2 of the bill. But your point is made.
I don't want to get into, look, let's see. The two areas that we know, the two legs that we know. Because that really, you need to help people who have used traditional methods of fishing for the longest. Lake Victoria and the coast of this country. And the idea is, and those economies, both economies, have been left behind right from the time we got independence. If you're going to bring a very good bill here right now, which is supposed to address the very bottom of that, and those artisanal people who cannot use, and now then you make it the whole country, it's going to become like the equalization fund.
Honorable Farah, your point is made, and the chairperson.
Now, how do we then make sure that doesn't happen?
The chairperson.
How do we make sure that somebody, and I'll be very blunt now, how do you make sure somebody who is a coffee farmer or a tea farmer or a livestock farmer like myself would say that, okay, I also have my big pond in my own backyard there, and I have to benefit from this. You get my point? And the idea was to take care of the areas that essentially have a historical disposition towards that artisanal, what do you call fishing, for them to have what you call a positive discrimination in the allocation of those resources. Otherwise, you might think that it's such a good thing for the people of Migori and Homa Bay, but I can assure you, depending on the kind of government we have that time, that definition will change, and it's going to benefit the whole country, and in the end, you will end up with nothing out of it.
Honorable members, the Honorable Farah has made his point. And the point I hear is that we consider such provisions when we deal with those other matters like equalization fund. And this being the committee of the All House Honorable members, let me now put the question. That clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the relevant committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendment, I now put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. The chairperson of the relevant committee to move amendment.
Honorable Chair, clause 29 of the bill be amended as per the order paper. And this one, basically, Honorable Chair, is to enhance the role of the Director General of Kenya Fisheries Service in development of fisheries measures, and also some small cleanup, Honorable Chair, like using the word promoting, and we instead of saying promoting. So there is some cleanup and also some enhancement of the role of the beach.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Irene Mayak is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to support this particular clause, especially to do with the modern alternative means of fishing, because, Honorable Chair, I believe that this is very important that we go this direction, because other countries have done that as well, and it will promote productivity for the fishermen. The only concern for Honorable Milli's favorite people, the Jolupo, is that they will be trained on how to use these modern methods of fishing. I know they're fast learners, so once they're taught, then they'll be able to adopt it quickly. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Millie, I'll give you a chance, because once, or if this amendment is carried, your proposals for amendments will fall.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support the proposed amendment by the chair because it's actually carried the proposed amendments that Honorable Irene Mayaka says correctly deals with my favorite Jolupo, and it actually talks about enabling them to also adopt modern alternative methods of livelihoods, and also enables them to have equitable access to fisheries resources and equal access for them and industrial fishers, so that we don't have industrial fisheries or fishers promoted much more than you have the artisanal fishers. We are hoping, as we have said, to reach Kenya through Singapore, and we can only do it if we carry the people who are struggling at the bottom. So I support the chair.
Yes, the Honorable Kasim Tandasa.
Thank you, Chair. I've been sitting here and I've had a word like 3, 4, 5 times called the Jolupo. Does it form part of the Hansard, or can it be properly be defined so that we know what it is? Otherwise, we could be supporting or opposing something which we are not sure what it is.
Honorable Kasim Tandasa, that word has been used by learned friends in the House, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, and I noted by proximity, the Honorable Dr. Ruth Odinga. It is a Latin legal phrase which means fishermen. Yes, so it can be used. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of the opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. The chairperson of the relevant committee to move amendment.
Honorable Chair, clause 30 be amended as per the order paper, and we are introducing a clause, Honorable Chair, that the Director General shall notify by cassette notice Kenyans any international agreements and conservations and management measures in which Kenya is party to the act. So this one is just to enhance the role of the Director General, Honorable Speaker, on international agreements on fisheries.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 30 of the bill be amended as proposed. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Chair, I wish to support that proposal. If you actually look at it, you see it, the committee has actually adopted my amendments. And I want to thank the chairman of the committee. I think the attitude of this committee is very good, because we were not able to get into a harmonization process. What they did is they looked at my own amendments, adopted them. It enables us to move very quickly. But I also want to thank, we really thank the legal drafters when they do excellent work. Lynette, who is a legal drafter, has done excellent work in this work. She was even calling me at 1 a.m. in regard to this bill. And I just want to say she's done a really good job. Even when I was struggling with the drafting, because we are so busy sometimes, she's given me excellent drafting words.
And I thank you, Honorable Millie, for recognizing the good work of that legal drafter. I worked with her in the Committee on Delegated Legislation and Justice and Legal Affairs before, and I know the kind of dexterity she goes into when drafting a bill. What is out of order, Honorable Irene Mayaka?
Honorable Chair, you know when Honorable Millie says Lynette, there are very many Lynettes who are councillors in this country, who are legal counsel. She needs to specify so that the accolades can go to the right person. It is very important.
Honorable Mayaka, I'm seeing only one Lynette who is a legal drafter within the chambers. She is Lynette Otieno. Yes, she is Lynette Otieno, the non-MP you are seeing behind the chairperson. Yes, Honorable Chair, honorable members, if this amendment is carried, the amendment proposed by Millie will fall, because it is already incorporated and taken aboard the proposed committee members, amendments. Honorable members, I now therefore put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 31 and 32.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendments, it is 31 and 32. Did I mention both?
Clauses 31 and 32.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 31 and 32 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendments, I put the question that clauses 31 and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, permit me to welcome students from a number of institutions visiting the National Assembly in both the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Njuri High School from Chuka, Ingamangombe constituency, Tharaka Nithi County. In the Public Gallery, we have MCK Bishop Mtamburi School from Imenti Central, Meru County. We also have Red Rose Primary School from Kibra constituency, Nairobi City County. And we have Chania High School from Watate constituency in Taita Taveta County. The students, their teachers and guardians are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings. You are in the House when we are transacting what you are taught as Committee of the Whole House. At the Committee of the Whole House, we read a bill word by word, punctuation by punctuation, paragraph by paragraph, and if there are amendments required to be made, they are made, provided that all those amendments are agreed to by the members. And the decision of members is when a question is put, and they vote either way. You are welcome to observe proceedings, and we wish you well on your learning tour.
Clause 33.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. The chairperson will move amendments.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 33 be amended as per the order paper, and the Honorable Chair, the substantive bill reads, each county may develop their fisheries management plans. What we are saying shall. And this one, Honorable Chair, is to ensure sustainable management of fisheries resources, and the county governments should be empowered to establish their respective fisheries plans. This process can be aligned with the national objective while adhering to the Constitution provisions under Article 6 of Article 2, Article 186 and Article 189, which emphasizes on the cooperation between the national and the county governments, and the amendment also makes it mandatory for the counties to develop their management plans.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, yes, the Honorable Kasim Tandasa.
Thank you, Chair. This, I think the wording may, from my understanding, was meant to apply to those counties which have fishermen or have fisher folk. They have lakes, they have the ocean, but when you say each county shall, would this mean that even a county, and I know there are counties where they don't have fishing at all, must also come up with their management plans?
The Honorable Dr. Otiendi Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Chairman, I would support this amendment for two reasons. Oftentimes, and especially when it comes to county government, whenever you give them a discretion that discretion is used in omission, because most counties want to allocate their monies for certain things, for reasons that most of us know. But secondly, my understanding of shall here, what is required of each county is to develop fisheries management measures. The extent that you do it will now depend on the level of fisheries participation. But surely there is not a single county in this country that does not have some form of fishing at whatever level. And therefore, I think the shall here does not compel you to do it in a major way, the way perhaps Mombasa or Kisumu County or Homa Bay would do it, but you'll do it because you have to do it, commensurate to the level of participation. I support it.
The chairperson.
Yes, I want to inform my member, the Honorable Cousin Tandasa, Honorable Chair, that if you go to counties which were traditionally not fishing counties like Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Kiambu, including even where we come from, the pastoralist areas, the aquaculture now is the main thing in those counties, which were traditional, they were not fishermen. So we are saying that the counties, they need to come up with their own development plans in also aligning with the national law, which we are doing it this afternoon.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The point is made. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, allow me to put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 34 be amended as per the order paper, and this is just correcting a cross-referencing error, Honorable Chair, which we are referring number 39 instead of 38.
Yes, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Members, I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the committee chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Millie, you have an amendment. Please move it.
Chair, I wish to drop my amendment that having looked at it again, I realize that what it seeks is to encourage the counties to take recommendations made by the Director General. At first, actually, when I looked at it, it looked like it was compelling them, which would go against devolution. But it doesn't, it just says it's to take into consideration. When you take in consideration, you may take or leave. So it's okay. I'll drop it.
Yes, with the amendment proposed by Honorable Millie having been dropped, honorable members, I now put the question at clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. The chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 35 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, under the Article 62, sub-article 3 of our Constitution, all rivers, lakes, and other water bodies, the terrestrial sea, the exclusive economic zones, and the seabed all constitutes a public land that vests and is held by the national government. And as such, Honorable Chair, where the management plans conflict with the respect of those resources, the national government shall prevail. Additionally, under the article...
What is out of order, Honorable Millie?
Thank you, Chair. I just need your direction. I'm proposing a deletion. Wouldn't that mean that my proposal then takes precedence? But having said that, Chair, I just wanted your direction that when I propose a deletion, then my proposal should take precedent. But having said that, and knowing that the committee is actually proposing a tribunal and other measures of conflict resolution, I wish to say that I'm dropping my amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let us, in terms of procedure, allow the chairperson to move his amendment first.
So I was saying, Honorable Chair, where there is a conflict in respect of these resources, the national government should prevail. And additionally, under the Article 191, sub-article 3B, and 191.3, sub-article C, sub-article 6, the national government laws should prevail in this instance. So that is the input of that amendment, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I put the... Yes, Honorable Millie. Honorable Millie, the consequence of that amendment and following what you said is
yes,
that...
I just wanted to say for record that I have a proposed new clause 35A. I'm not dropping that one. Just for record.
Yes, but...
under the new clauses,
but
yes.
your
Just for
amendment,
record. Yeah.
Your amendment at
The
clause
other
35
amendment I have dropped.
is withdrawn.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So, honorable members, I now put the question at clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
This one, Honorable Chair, and one of my good friend, the Honorable Ruth Odinga, to listen to this because it was about a BMUs. Honorable Chairperson, the amendment provides for a clarity in the establishment of the beach management units in the respective county governments and further makes provisions, regulations to provide for remunerations of the members of BMUs and the conflict management of inter and intra-county BMUs. It further provides for the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations on BMUs in consultation with the Council of County Governors, noting the BMUs primarily operate within the county governments.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. No, clause 36 be amended as proposed. For clarity, let me repeat. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Is that the Honorable Farah Malim? Please approach the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support these proposed amendments and thank the committee yet again for adopting my proposed amendments. That therefore means that my proposed amendments will fall. Chair, if you see the major import of this is one to give strength to beach management units, as the Chair had said. And I love your integrity, Chair. This is one thing that is very commonly lost nowadays in this house. Sometimes you talk to certain chairs, they tell you, or they say that we have agreed on this, and you come and find a totally different thing. So I want to thank you for your integrity. And Chair, what this part says is it protects women and children, and also in the beach management unit, it also protects persons with disabilities and seeks inclusion of persons with disabilities and local communities. And Chair, the reason why we are talking about local communities is that you find that the way the BMUs are structured, a lot of the people who come to BMUs are from all over the country. I have people who come from northern Kenya who also fish in my constituency. But the people who are locals don't live in the beach because they have homes. So sometimes when you are doing elections and all that, they are not included. And that sometimes creates conflict. So we want to deliberately include also the local communities or local villages in the BMU so that they are part and parcel of the BMUs. Chair, the other thing that I would want to request the chair of the committee to consider further amending, which I'd put in my amendment, but I saw you did a further amendment, is a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification. If you can kindly remove the word for foreigners. Because once people are in a BMU, they are not foreigners, they become locals. When you use the word foreigners in my constituency, it has a negative connotation. So if you can remove it. But the reason why we need identification, Chair, is you find that we have had cases like which were being recorded here earlier. A person in one beach management unit kills another resident. And once they kill the resident, they disappear. When they are being looked for, you are told the name is one boy. Now the whole country you are looking for one boy. Who is one boy in the whole country? But if you have the identification, so that the identification tells you this person comes from either Siaya, Kochia, Sugoi, or whatever the place they come from, then we can relate, we can go back to their area chiefs to look for them when they have murdered. Because some people, Chair, have formed the habit of moving from beach to beach, committing crimes. Some of them sexually abuse children. Some of them kill widows. Some of them, they do all manner of horrendous things. And they spoil the name of fishermen. So the reason we want that identification is not so that we identify foreigners, no. We want it so that we know who is in the BMU for purposes of accountabilities. A lot of the chairmen of BMUs have told us that when they try to do it without law or regulation, some people resist. But as I've said, when somebody murders, we can't identify them with the name Bobby or Boy or one boy. No, we need your name. Thomas Onyango, Wycliffe Otieno, what is your name? Which home do you come from? What's your ID? Who is your chief?
Yeah, Honorable.
And the chair, sorry, one other thing I want to add. Recently, even in one of the islands, the Ringiti Island, some of the people come there and live and die at 95 years. And when they die, nobody knows where they come from because they become local. So one of them we recently took back to Lilian Gogo's constituency. My own office had to go looking and to discover. Then they say, oh, this person, we actually thought he had died. Because nobody knows. Some of the fishermen, once they go for life. So what we need to know is when you come there, who are you? But for purposes of, in case of any tragedy, we know where to take you back to.
Yes, and Honorable Millie, the information I wanted to give you is that your concern appears to be addressed in clause 41, or could be addressed there. Yes.
If they could remove, I was saying I'm actually okay with the amendments as proposed. I'm only encouraging that they remove the word for foreigners because it has a negative connotation. In my constituency, it is called Welo. We don't have Welo. Once you are in my constituency, you are a member of my constituency. We don't have foreigners. We have residents of Suba North.
Before I give, because I've seen the Honorable, before you give Honorable...
You have no power to give anybody the mic.
To inform Honorable Millie Odhiambo, Honorable Chair, the word foreigner here, maybe we can use foreign nationals. Because, Honorable Chair, there is some areas where we have some kind of NGOs who are supporting these small artisanal fishermen. And sometimes they are co-opted because they help them. They are not actually Kenyans, though they have a Kenyan, they have documents to live Kenyan, but they are foreign nationals. So if we have those kind of people who are supporting small community projects like that one, that is what we mean here. So maybe we can say foreign nationals.
Honorable Chair, do we use foreign nationals or non-citizens?
or maybe we use a non-citizen, but we are referring to, the terminology is Honorable Chair, but we are referring to those NGOs. There are some NGOs who are not actually Kenyans, and they are supporting small-scale fishermen.
The Honorable Owen Baya.
I want to congratulate the chair for finally formalizing BMUs. It's been a teething issue, and I want to congratulate you for that. And very many BMU members and many fisher folk will be very happy about BMUs. Having said that, Chair, on the issue that is being raised on the foreign nationals, and I don't know, Chair, you came to my constituency and you saw how fiery my people are, the fisher folk there. And actually, I want to say this, Chair, if you allow me. I have BMU members who will be BMU members in this BMU. They will go to Lamu. They'll also become members of a BMU there. They will go to Malindi and will actually become the chair of the BMU there. So therefore, they do not give the right to members within that fisher folk community to take leadership of the BMUs. They actually try, he's the chair here, he's the chair there, he's the chair there, he's the chair there. So at the end of the day, the local communities do not get an opportunity to actually take up leadership. That is one. Secondly, Chair, we need to cure the issue of foreigners, the way, I don't know which foreigners, what he means there. Because, for example, in my constituency, are very many fishermen that come from Tanzania, that come from other parts of the world. And they come there and they operate within the BMUs. And because they have nothing else to do apart from fishing, they actually take over the leadership. And when you ask, but this guy, where does he come from? This guy, where does he come from? You actually take in circle. For example, I have cases where people come say they have come from Lamu, but they operate in Darakasa, in Watamu. But when you follow them up, they're actually from Somalia. You know, so we have to find a way, even when we have a problem with this word nationals, foreigners, we need to find a way to actually ensure that the leadership of BMUs is actually by locals. The last point, I want to congratulate the chair on the issue of remuneration of BMU members. But then, the question I have, as we congratulate you, who will be paid, the executive or all BMU members? Because you say provide the cabinet, the CC member will provide for remuneration of BMU members, if I get you right. The question I have is who gets remunerated in terms of BMU members? The leadership. But I think then you need to infuse something that actually makes that special group so that it is leadership. I thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to request for some indulgence from the Honorable Chair so that he could explain to us whether here, because I'm struggling with the bill and I cannot see certain provisions with respect to county governments vis-a-vis the BMUs. One of the biggest problems or challenges you face when you go to these beach management areas is one of open defecation. In other words, no sanitation services, no toilets. And since the county governments, and this is a clause where I'm seeing the county government engaging with the beach management units for the welfare of the people living around a beach area, I think we need to have a clause that obligates the county government to make sure those areas have proper sanitation. They have emergency services in case there's a fire or there's something, health facilities, and early childhood education facilities. Because they are collecting money from these people. And I think the county government must ensure that in each beach, there's a school, ECD school, there's a health facility, a small clinic there. We have boats that can rescue people if fisher folk capsize in the lake, and that there are toilets, because it is the NGCDF that has been building these toilets for the BMUs. And the county governments are collecting the money and not offering any services. So I think we should create an obligation here for county governments to provide sanitation facilities, emergency services, health facilities, and early childhood learning facilities. Honorable Chair, are you with us?
I'm with you fully. Honorable Karoli, and I wanted to request the Honorable Karoli to read clause 36 in the bill together with the amendment. The matter being debated before I give Honorable Ruth Odinga is in respect of what is proposed as clause 36 C3G, which reads, a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers, or rather officially recognized form of identification for foreigners. And so the issue was, do we use the word foreigners or which other word in the context of the contestation Honorable Millie was bringing? And the chair has proposed that perhaps for clarity we replace foreigners with non-citizens. That is the debate going on. The Honorable Ruth Odinga will have her chance, then Honorable Farah, then Honorable Millie. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Kasim Tandasa.
Thank you, Chair. I have a point of order on what Honorable Carola said. In my capacity as the Vice Chair, I don't think it's in order to say CDF does the toilets for beach management units. Otherwise, now we bring in a whole other discussion when it comes to the issue of CDF. In my capacity as the Vice Chair, that was my point of order.
In fact, that one is well noted. The NGCDF is for national government functions, not functions falling within the county.
We already indicated in 33, Honorable Speaker, that each county shall develop their own fisheries management measures, including conservations and everything. That is why, that is where Karoli is asking, where are the role of the county government? So when we say they are going to develop their own fisheries management plans, it includes their conservations and all what the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Karoli, if you look at clause 36 as it currently stands in the bill, at subclause 2B and C, could they include issues like provision of facilities of the type you're concerned about?
Respectfully, I don't think they do. Because one deals with fisheries management. Fisheries management is just fisheries management. It is fishing, it is protecting the estuaries, it is processing the fish. It has nothing to do with sanitation, health facilities.
No, I mean subclause 2.
Under 2.
C, B, C, and D in terms of the regulation making authority being given there.
Under B, it is just remuneration of the members of the beach management unit.
No, B is minimum standards.
Am I reading something different?
For the basic management of units. For the beach management units, C is standards to be adhered to by the beach management units in improving levies and charges. D is such other standards.
Yeah, but this, we are not talking about standards, we are talking about facilities. Yeah, we are talking about facilities, Honorable Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Ruth Odinga.
Thank you, Speaker, for considering minorities like us. It seems that there's a lot of argument just coming from around the majority in Parliament. Now, thank you so much. I want to thank you for the beach management unit. The beach management unit is actually one of the biggest issues that we have. They run the beaches, they're the prefects of the beaches. And normally they're not recognized, they've not been remunerated. They're people who just do work like as if it's voluntary, and therefore they can't formally issue anything in the beach. Yes, they're being used by the government, both county governments and national governments, to support in actually seeing how the beaches are run. And you find that a lot of times, most of them are also just manned by men.
the beach management units do not have women in most of them. As in the lake, 100% or 90% has just been mostly fisher folk, and the fisher folk are always men. So the beach management units are also that way. So I hope that when we are going to also have the management, we'll have it more inclusive and have the women. The reason why I'm saying this is that even when the women were having issues on unfairness in the beaches, especially if you know what we have, I don't know about any other area, but like in Kisumu and the beaches around Siaya and Nyanza, we had what we call no sex for fish. And sex for fish meant that the women had to batter them. There's that issue of battering. That's why I was so keen on what do you mean by when we talk about the clause on batter. Because battering meant that you give your body to be able to get the fish from the fishermen. Now we are trying to fight that thing of no sex for fish. And even if the women go to the beach management unit, folks, they're only the men, and they also support this issue of fish for sex. Now I think that once you start doing this arrangement with the beach, them being formal, they can also be engaged so that you can know who they are and formally even charge them or even make them responsible for whatever they are doing. So for me, I'm thanking you for bringing that clause in, and that's even supporting even the women and the youth so that women can go further. And the chairman is including the speaker. I'm giving out about 8 boats to women in the lakes region of Kisumu, and I hope to invite you to come and support me so that I can stop those sex for fish in Kisumu County. Asante.
Honorable members, do I now put the question? Okay. May I then? Yes, I'll give Honorable Farah, but Honorable Chair, honorable members, I wanted to request that we make progress, and when we have comments on clause 36, let us look at what is the text of the clause and what is the proposed amendment, because we are making very good comments, but away from what the clause is speaking about. Honorable Farah.
Chair, I'm just wondering, why do we have foreigners? Why do we need foreigners to manage our beaches? Why do you have to have foreigners in the beach management units? There's no need. I mean, the honorable deputy majority leader said that there are no Somalis from Somalia who are doing fishing. The ones you have seen must have come from
the
Garissa.
Chairperson, this question is directed at you.
You can't discriminate them on account of the fact that they're Somalis. No. So we should not have foreigners. Why do you want your beaches to be run by foreigners?
Yes,
In any
Chairperson.
case, the foreigner needs to have a residence permit or a work permit and all those ones. Would he be given a residence permit because he is a member of the beach management unit? No, I haven't finished, Mary. Can you just give me time? Would the immigration be giving somebody residence or even or a work permit because he's a member of the beach management unit in somewhere in Migori beaches? You know what I mean? So the very idea of having foreigners in there is wrong. So that amendment should be struck off. Leave it the way it is.
Yes, the Honorable Millie Mabona.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe just to inform Honorable Farah.
The Honorable Mishi Mboko, after Millie, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to inform Honorable Farah that actually in my constituency, we have many foreigners, including Somalis who are not Kenyan Somalis. We have Kenyan Somalis, but we also have non-Kenyan Somalis. But we also have, there was a point in Ringiti Island, the person who was almost in charge of the island is a lady called Annette from Uganda. She's since gone back to Uganda. But what's happening, Chair, is because of the loose nature of management, there have been no clear regulation. But having said that, Chair, what I'm proposing is the language that Karoli is suggesting, which is or other officially recognized form of identification for non-citizens. I mean for citizens of other countries, not non-citizens. So using the constitutional language so that we are not, for Kenyans, we use the identification ID card, but for citizens of other countries who are in Kenya and who are fishing legally. Actually, the highest number of investors in fishing in my constituency is Somali from Kenya and Somali from out. And also,
yes, the Honorable Farah Malik.
Jambo, there is no Somali from Somalia doing fishing. I've been to your place there. All those Somalis you see there are Kenyan Somalis. And there's no way a foreigner can come in there and do fishing and become a member of a beach management unit when the legal status of the person itself is not there. But the person has got to have a legal status. The legal status is staying in this country is either you are a citizen, or you are on a residence permit, or you are on a work permit. You get my point? And nobody is going to get a work permit because he is a member of a beach management unit. Inform me.
Yes, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, there are foreigners in our country who are doing legal fishing. They have been licensed to fish. But as a part of social corporate responsibility, there is about BMUs. There is about, because before this bill, BMUs, they were not anywhere. They were just on their own. There is about BMUs because the BMUs nearby. And these BMUs, what they do sometimes, they co-opt them as a member, because so that when they are having their meetings, they co-opt them because they help them with repairing of their boats and those kind of things. So by so doing, that's why we are saying, if, for instance, start foreign national and he's part of, he's co-opted.
Chairperson, are you going on record? No. Are you going on record as saying Kenya licenses foreigners to do fishing in our waters?
Yes.
Yes, the Honorable Millie conclude.
yes, Chair. I was actually, before Honorable Father raised the point of order, I was actually going to say we have nothing against foreigners, actually, whether they are Somalis from Somali, Chinese. Right now, the highest number of investors actually are Somalis from Kenya in my constituency. No, I'm not stopping at that, because we even have Chinese, and there is a possibility of Somalis from outside, because there are Somalis who don't speak Swahili. Those are not Somalis from Kenya. But we don't discriminate, we welcome them. Chair, can you please indulge me by listening? This amendment is not about leadership in the BMUs. I had actually explained that the challenge that we face is just what Honorable Farah is saying. We have people who stay in those beach management units. If you go to a place like Litare Beach, during the day you think there are no people, but there are thousands of people who live there. But when they come out, because there is no record, even if somebody died, we don't know where to take them because we have no record. I've given an example of somebody who died in Ringiti Island. We took the old man to Rangwe. We didn't know who he is. So we need this record. But no, it's you who can move, because now you are the one moving this amendment. Caroli, please, if you can give the word from the Constitution.
Yes, so yes. Honorable members, order honorable members. Order honorable members. Just for direction before Honorable Mishimboko has her last comment on this clause. This is what the clause is dealing with. Let me just read it for clarity so that we relate what we are commenting on to the clause. It says, the Cabinet Secretary may, for purposes of ensuring structured community participation in fisheries management, make regulations for the management of beach management units established by the county governments. And then in subclause 2, it specifies issues among which the regulations contemplated may relate to. Just that. So could you make comments aware that this is not about, properly speaking, this is not about what I see on the side note as establishment of the beach management units, but a regulation making authority in the Cabinet Secretary concerned. Yes, the Honorable Mishimboko.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri sana umetufafanulia, na niseme nimeunga mkono mageuzi haya madogo ambayo yameletwa na mwenyekiti wa kamati husika, na niseme ya kwamba ni kweli hata tukiangalia kule kwetu Pwani kama sehemu ya Msambweni pale ambapo kunaitwa Gasi, pale kuna BMU, na unaona utapata kuna wavuvi wengi ambao wanatoka katika nchi jirani kutoka Tanzania, wale ambao tunawaita Wapemba. Vile vile pia kwa Mheshimiwa Owen kule kwa Kilifi kuna wavuvi wengi ambao wako pale na wametoka sehemu ya Tanzania wanaitwa Wapemba na wako pale, na kuweza kujua na kupata stakabadhi zao na kujua wale ambao wana uraia na wale ambao hawana uraia wa Kenya ni muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema haya mambo yapo na tumeyaona kila sehemu. Kuna wavuvi ambao ni raia wa Kenya na kuna wale ambao si raia wa Kenya, na haswa kama kule Gasi, wavuvi ambao pia wanasaidia hao wavuvi wetu, kwa sababu wako na zile boti kubwa kubwa ambazo zinaweza kuvua samaki wengi na wako na vifaa vile vya kisasa. Ni wavuvi ambao wanatoka nchini Tanzania wa jamii ya Kipemba. Kwa hivyo wanaunga mkono yale mageuzi ya Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti.
Yes, the Honorable Farah Malim, lastly.
Chair, we are legislating. We are legislating for generations to come. You allow Chinese and other foreigners to come and be part of our beach management units? This order, these are commercial people who are coming. They can have a corporate social responsibility with a beach management unit. They can even be invited into those meetings because these are big buyers of our fish. But you cannot put them into the policy making and the management of our beaches and be part of the beach management units. So essentially, the issue of foreigners, I do understand what Mili's concerns are. Mili is concerned that people come from, I haven't come from Garissa, but they will probably come from somewhere in Ganze. They stay in that place, they marry a Luo lady, and you never know when the person dies because you do not have anything to indicate where he came from. You have no problem. You have a problem taking him to his home area. Okay, the home area, that when the ID cards are going to express that. You can see in the ID card his home area. So maintain the, no, can I just finish? You can maintain the ID cards, but to have foreigners being part of a beach management unit, this is the smallest unit. Very soon you'll be saying, we want people also to be involved in the roasting of maize, the management of that, and you will get Chinese coming in there. In any case, we cannot afford to give such a thing to people who are, you know what I'm talking about.
Honorable members, let me guide. No, just take your seat. Just take your seat. You know, clause 36, if you look at the side notes, was supposed to establish beach management units and to empower the cabinet secretary to make regulations for their administration, and maybe mention a brief of the matters that will go to those regulations. Now, as drawn here, it did not establish the beach management units. And so the amendments by the chair, number one, are establishing the beach management units. If you look at is it the amendment proposed by the chair at clause 36B1A, you see the beach management units being established. Then the chair, in addition to cleaning up to ensure we have women and children, not just women, and to integrate persons with disabilities, is talking about a proposal to have a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification. Now, it concludes by for foreigners. Honorable Farah is saying for foreigners ought to be deleted, chair. And Honorable Farah is saying that is so because work permits are only given for foreigners to be in the country to do things Kenyans cannot do. And without debating, I think Honorable Farah is right. And so Honorable Farah is saying you end your amendment at Roman 3 at identification, delete for foreigners. I've not given you the mic. You are granted.
Thank you.
The mic.
You see, Chair, why do we have beach management unit? Because we want to regulate, we want to manage the fishing, we want to manage many things. Now, foreigners come. If and when they do not belong to a beach management unit, they do their own things and actually spoil the environment because they're not bound by the rules of that beach management unit. For them to register, it means they are actually registering to agree to the terms of fishing within the community of fishermen in that area. Now, I want to give you an example. And Chair here will bear with me. I have some of the very strong BMUs in my place. So we have Kenyan Pemba, and I want to correct to add what Kenyan Pemba community, who actually belongs to that beach management unit. And therefore, everything they do is regulated by the beach management because they manage the beach and manage everything. What net you will use, what boat you will use, the time to go for fishing, how you clean, how you sell, all those kind of things are regulated. Then you have Pembas from Tanzania who are actually given license to come and fish. But when they come, they refuse to belong to the beach management unit or to operate under the beach management unit of that location. So what do? They use whatever net they want. They bring fish and sell the way they want. They do all manner of things. And because they do not belong to the beach management unit, the beach management unit leadership cannot enforce the rules. So my proposal is that every foreigner who comes to fish within the waters of Kenya must be registered within the beach management unit and actually ensure that they abide by the rules of the beach management unit. And that is why we are saying foreigners must also register for that beach management unit. If they are Chinese, when they come to Malindi, because there are very many in Malindi fishing in the high waters, when they come, you know what they do? They pick eggs, they pick small fish, they pick everything and destroy everything there. And they go to high seas and say, you know, we don't belong to your beach management unit, so you cannot impose rules on us. Foreigners must be registered within the beach and must operate under the rules of the beach management unit of that area.
Honorable Owen, this provision, you know, members, I'm only doing this because we are in the committee of the whole. This provision does not talk about registration of foreigners. It says the beach management unit shall keep a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification for foreigners. A record of members and residents. And so the question that Honorable Farah was asking is, should foreigners be members of the beach management units in Kenya, or we should have beach management units of Kenyans setting regulations and standards to be abided by everybody, whether you are a foreigner or local, and enforcing the standards? Yes.
What I'm saying, we're not far apart. We have exclusive economic zone that is 200 nautical miles. Exclusive economic zone. We have national territorial waters that are 12 miles. That is, we cannot stop navigation in the exclusive economic zones, but we cannot allow somebody else to come and take advantage of the economy. The wealth that's there belongs to us. So when the Chinese come, it is upon the government of Kenya, through the Coast Guard, through the Navy, through the police, to arrest them, take them to court, confiscate their catch, as well as confiscate their... Can I explain it? Can I explain it? Can I explain it? So in other words, you're saying, in other words, what the Deputy Majority Leader is saying, These people steal our things. Let us include them in here so that they cannot steal and we register them. No, hang on. That's tantamount to say.
Honorable Farah Malim has the mic. Yes, you have the mic.
Yes, that is tantamount to say. Millie, wait, you'll inform me. That is tantamount to saying, because there are robbers in Nairobi who are difficult to catch, let us co-opt some of the robbers into the police force so that they can register them. You get my point? They can register them and deter them from robbing because they are robbers inside.
Yes.
In other words, you're saying the only way we can save ourselves from the pillaging and the exploitation being done by the Chinese is let's have them in the inside. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. And then Owen is running away. Why are you running away, Owen? No, you're not making sense, Owen. Owen, you want to sell your own national sovereignty to Chinese, Owen, please. Something is wrong with you. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. This will be the last, then we put the matter to decision.
Chair, I think in many ways we're actually raising valid concerns. I'm listening to the members, and what Honorable Farah is actually saying is actually 3/4 of this bill. This 3/4 of this bill, that's why I was saying it's even very ocean focused. And it talks about people who are fishing in those high seas, even the right of, what do you call it, when you purchase people who have gone...
hot pursuit.
Yeah, hot pursuit, right of hot pursuit. All that is in this bill. It's actually 3/4 of this bill. So that is actually provided. However, what we were actually looking for here, the mischief we are trying to cure, is not even these investors who come to invest and everything, but we are saying when you have a beach management unit, which is a very clear one, I've been mentioning so many here. I'm mentioning Ringiti, Remba, Kiumba, etc. They are very specific beach management gazetted, and they are gazetted. There are residents, people who live there, and there are also leadership of those BMUs. We even know them by name, and they have a structure. As we've been talking here, I've been consulting my chairman for the constituency, Mr. Oremo. They are very clear structures. I have a woman, Irene.
Oremo is actually for the Homa Bay.
For the Homa Bay. Sorry, for Homa Bay, not for Nini. Pardon? Yes, it's called Farao, for the Homa Bay. And I have, even for my constituencies, a woman, Irene. They are doing an amazing job. But the issue is, and the challenges that they sometimes face, is that within those management units, because of the way fishing is actually nomadic, which people don't know. Fishing is nomadic by nature. The same, it's migratory. People come, people come today, 2 weeks later, like we are dealing now with many IDs of people we don't know. They come, they even issue the IDs, they have gone. We don't know who they are. But some of them come and commit crimes. We can't trace them, we don't know who they are. Some of them die. We can't take them home, we don't know who they are. So most of the BMU leadership have asked, can we find a law that says we need to know who is around us? Most of them are called Baba Bobby, Toto, Siji what, Baba Junior. Who is Baba Junior? We need to know you by name. Who are you? Where do you come from? If you die, we want to take you home. So it's not really about foreigners. So one of the ways, Chair, that we deal with is either to delete the issue of for foreigners or to use the word that Karoli was suggesting. So me, I would encourage the Chair, just delete for foreigners. Because we are not focusing on foreigners on this one. The foreigners are very heavily covered. The big industrial whatevers are covered. 3/4 of this bill is about them.
Yes, Honorable Farah.
I think we are getting somewhere. The beach management unit itself must keep record of all the people who operate there. Yeah. All the people, the ID cards,
whether they are citizens.
Whether they're citizens or not, they must keep that, because that way you can even know whether these people...
Then that is catered for in the provision. Yes. Honorable members, I therefore do now put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed.
Yes, as
further amended, Honorable Chair, yes, to delete for foreigners.
But it means also understand that if you move it that way, you will not keep a record of residents who are foreigners.
So, because
all residents includes citizens and non-citizens.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 36 of the bill be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the relevant committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable, that is Honorable Nabuin. You want to say something to clause 36?
Chair, allow me to say something. You know, you rightly put it that once we omit the word foreign, we will only be collecting information for nationals. Yes. Exactly. That's what you are ruling.
No.
Allow us to
Honorable member, number one, it is penned. Number two, the clause as amended will read a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification. That is how it will read.
No.
Residents include citizens and non-citizens. So it will include your concern. Let us move forward. Honorable members. No, chairperson, let us make progress.
Clause 37.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendments, I put the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 38 be amended as per the order paper, and the amendment seeks to provide for declaration of a designated fisheries to be by the Cabinet Secretary, which is in line with the role of the Cabinet Secretary in declaration of designated fisheries in other provisions of this Act.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Yes, you have an amendment. If the amendment by the chairperson is carried, Honorable Millie, your amendments in terms of subclause 3, 4, and 5 will fall. You will remain with amendments in terms of subclause 1 and the new subclauses 8, J, and K.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, I want to thank the chairman of the committee because they have adopted my proposed amendments. Again, they have provided for designated areas for cage fishing and artisanal fishers so that you don't just have people just putting cages anywhere and everywhere. The only one I don't agree with them, but in the spirit of give and take and let go, is I was actually giving the authority to the counties, but they've given it back to the cabinet secretary. In the spirit of give and take, and I think the committee has done very well, I'll let it go. So I withdraw my amendment.
Yes, honorable members, I therefore put the question at clause 38 be amended as proposed. Will as honorable members, let me reiterate, I put the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 38 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
Honorable members, I
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns.
Msafara wa KRA utatua katika kaunti ya Bungoma tarehe 24 mwezi Juni. Shughuli zetu tutaanzia katika eneo la Bungoma Town CBD, kisha tuingie Webuye Town, Musikoma State